Can everyone hear me at the back now? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you to those of you who have actually joined us. The microphones are both on. पास में कुछ तो check करना. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to you to the Chanakya Defense Dialogue. This day 2, day 1 deliberations, ladies and gentlemen, have been very impactful, and we look forward to the proceedings of day 2. I invite you to please settle in. We're trying to fill in all the seats in front as well, so I seek your cooperation in helping us fill out those seats. Thank you very much. So those of you who are joining us now, please take a look at these front seats. Even in this row, we've got a couple in the second and third row.
I'm on my way. दोबारा लगाने ये निकाल दिए थे फिर दोबारा लगा दिए
वो इसीलिए
मैंने पूछा भी था लगेगा क्या बोले नहीं अब नहीं लगेगा
ऐसे आवाज नहीं आएगी. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me well. Thank you. Thank you. So let me take this opportunity to wish you a very good morning and extend a very warm welcome to day 2 of Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. It is truly wonderful to see this hall filled once again with the same energy, clarity, and purpose that defined day 1. So yesterday, we opened this dialogue with the welcome address by the Director General of CLAWS, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh. He framed Chanakya Defense Dialogue as a platform born from the vision of the Chief of the Army Staff, a platform where transformation is not discussed in isolation, but through collaboration across diplomacy, industry, academia, global partners, and the strategic community. He reminded us that this edition carries the presence of 9 international speakers from 9 countries, senior diplomats, former chiefs of the services, scholars, veterans, industry leaders, and more than 9,000 young minds, signaling that national security today is shaped not by one institution, but by a nation that thinks together. And the keynote of the Chief of the Army Staff set the intellectual tone of the entire dialogue. The Chief began by acknowledging the presence of students, emphasizing that the youth are not on the margins of national security, they are at the center of it. He then opened the strategic canvas before us. We are living, he said, in an increasingly multipolar, highly competitive, and sharply fractured world. Global power is shifting. Major nations are jostling for influence. Over 50 conflicts are simultaneously shaping the global order. Calling this a turbulent time, he cautioned that it might, in fact, be an understatement. He then posed the fundamental question before us: how must the Indian military transform to remain decisive and ready in this fast changing landscape? And to answer that question, he returned to the Honorable Prime Minister's 5S vision, which is Samman, Samvad, Sahyog, Samruddhi, or Suraksha: respect, dialogue, cooperation, prosperity, and security. A framework for how the whole of nation must work towards Vikasit Bharat during the Amrit Kal. It is from this vision that the Honorable Raksha Mantri declared 2025 as the year of reforms, a decision whose impact is already visible in the success of Operation Sindoor, where years of reform, readiness, training, and technology translated into a decisive strategic outcome. And ladies and gentlemen, the chief then presented the Army's long-term transformation trajectory. again, let me reiterate the announcement on the group photograph with the eminent speakers and the dignitaries with the Honorable Raksha Mantri. As soon as the special session here comes to an end, the Honorable Raksha Mantri will then proceed to the foyer outside. At that point in time, like I said earlier, I will request everyone seated here to remain seated. We will let the Honorable Raksha Mantri depart. But, of course, he will go with the eminent dignitaries seated on the dais, as well as the speakers in our midst and the experts who are going to be sharing their addresses. Also, the speakers from yesterday who have joined us will be requested to go out in the foyer. And at the foyer, there is a group photograph planned with the Honorable Raksha Mantri, where we invite all the eminent dignitaries in the speakers' place right after this special session comes to an end. And then, of course, all of us will leave this auditorium for the high tea. And post the high tea, we will move into a sequence of very high impact sessions. We have Ambassador D.B. Venkatesh Verma, who will speak on resilient national security at 2047, outlining how India must navigate the emerging global normal. And this will be followed by session 4, where leading experts will decode battlefield equalizers such as AI, autonomous systems, hypersonics, robotics, cyber resilience, and international models of capacity building. And after lunch, Ambassador Pankaj Saran will offer a special address on how technology is reshaping conventional warfare. Session 5, ladies and gentlemen, will then examine India's transformation into an integrated, agile, and joint force with perspectives from island nations, lessons from naval and joint operations, and a crucial conversation on social media as a domain of strategic competition. And ladies and gentlemen, we finally will close the dialogue with the address of the Vice Chief of the Army Staff and the vote of thanks by Director General of CLAWS. So that is what the day looks like, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just moments away from the arrival of the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji, Shri Rajnath Singh ji. So I request all of you to kindly remain seated. Please ensure once again that mobile phones are on silent. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. We've had a very remarkable set of deliberations yesterday. Every speaker and every session has added depth, clarity, and insight to our understanding of national security and defense transformation. And from the very first discussion to the most recent one, the quality of ideas has been exceptional and the takeaways extremely valuable. And today promises to be a very compelling day as well. So in just a few minutes, the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji will join us for this special segment, the special session on the day 2 of Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. I request all the members of the audience to please remain seated. I thank you very much for lending me your ears. Thank you for listening to me, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji has arrived at the Manik Shaw Center, as you can see on the screen.
प्रकृति संग सेना, सुरक्षा भी, संरक्षण भी। भारतीय सेना न केवल देश की रक्षा करने में तत्पर है, बल्कि हमारी प्राकृतिक धरोहर की भी संरक्षक है। सबसे ऊंची सीमाओं से लेकर सबसे घने जंगलों तक भारतीय सेना देश की पर्यावरणीय सुरक्षा को मजबूत करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। देश भर में वनीकरण अभियानों का नेतृत्व करते हुए सेना ने एक पेड़ मां के नाम पहल के तहत 75 लाख से ज्यादा पेड़ लगाए हैं। इकोलॉजिकल टास्क फोर्स ने 10 करोड़ से अधिक पौधे लगाकर 94,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि को पुनर्जीवित किया है। सेना के स्टेशन जीवंत बायोस्फीयर के रूप में कार्य करते हैं। संरक्षण अनुसंधान को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए भारतीय सेना पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय के साथ अथक प्रयास कर रही है। सैन्य नागरिक अनुसंधान सहयोग को मजबूत करने के लिए भारतीय सेना प्रमुख वैज्ञानिक संस्थानों के साथ कार्यरत है। पोखरण में सेना वाइल्ड लाइफ इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया के साथ मिलकर ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड के संरक्षण में सहायता कर रही है। भारतीय सेना प्रमुख स्वच्छता अभियान का नेतृत्व करते हुए राष्ट्रीय अभियानों और वैश्विक पहलुओं का अवलोकन कर सामुदायिक जिम्मेदारी का निर्माण करती है। डीकार्बनाइजेशन की दिशा में सेना की प्रगति निर्णायक है। 68 सौर परियोजनाएं अब 91 मेगावाट से ज्यादा स्वच्छ ऊर्जा उत्पन्न कर रही है और प्रधानमंत्री सूर्य घर मुफ्त बिजली योजना के तहत अग्रसर है। चुशुल में एक हरित हाइड्रोजन माइक्रोग्रिड 24 घंटे नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा प्रदान करेगा। सेना नई चार्जिंग सुविधाओं और इलेक्ट्रिक बसों के साथ इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रही है। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री के निर्देशानुसार सैन्य छावनियों के आसपास नागरिक क्षेत्रों में स्वच्छता, जन जागरूकता और सतत अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन को बढ़ावा देने हेतु व्यापक अभियान चलाए गए। सक्षम व्यक्तियों के लिए आत्मसम्मान, आत्मविश्वास और सहयोगपूर्ण वातावरण सुनिश्चित करने हेतु सुविधाएं विकसित की गई है। भारतीय सेना के सेवानिवृत्त सैनिक भी पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा में योगदान देने के लिए अतुल्य गंगा जैसे मिशन में भाग ले रहे हैं। संरक्षण, नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा, सामुदायिक सहभागिता और सतत प्रथाओं के माध्यम से भारतीय सेना राष्ट्र और पर्यावरण दोनों की संरक्षक है। प्रकृति संघ सेना, सुरक्षा भी, संरक्षण भी।
माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वह अपने कर कमलों द्वारा ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन प्रोजेक्ट के सोलो कंपोनेंट्स का विमोचन करें। इस प्रोजेक्ट माननीय द्वारा ऑफिस में रखी गई थी।
Ladies and gentlemen, the solar component of the green hydrogen project being
मंच पर आमंत्रित चाहूंगी
inaugurated.
और उनसे अनुरोध करती हूं कि वह ग्रीन इनिशिएटिव ब्रोशर 2.0 का अनावरण करें।
The Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji unveiling the Green Initiatives 2.0 brochure, capturing the Army's sustained and evolving efforts in ecological conservation.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जैसा कि सभी को ज्ञात है कि डिजिटल परिवर्तन हमारी रणनीतिक रक्षा से मिलकर देश की सुरक्षा को एक नया आयाम दे रहा है। इसी पहल के तहत आज हम एकम एआई एज अ सर्विस मेट्रोलॉजी एप्लीकेशन का लॉन्च देखेंगे और एआई हैंडबुक फॉर मिलिट्री लीडर्स और डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ द इंडियन आर्मी 3.0 नामक पुस्तकों का विमोचन माननीय रक्षा मंत्री द्वारा देखेंगे। अब मैं आप सभी से
भारतीय सेना
निवेदन
के लिए
करूंगी
अगली पीढ़ी की डिजिटल शक्ति एकम एआई एज अ सर्विस। भारतीय सेना के लिए अगली पीढ़ी की डिजिटल शक्ति एकम एआई एज अ सर्विस, एक ऐसा मंच जो आधुनिक युद्ध, निर्णय निर्माण और सूचना प्रबंधन को एक नए स्तर तक ले जाता है। ये परियोजना आईडेक्स अदिति 2.0 कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत विकसित की गई है। एक ऐसा राष्ट्रीय प्रयास जो अत्याधुनिक तकनीक को भारतीय सेना तक पहुंचाने में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देता है। एकम के केंद्र में है एक शक्तिशाली एआई टूल किट, एआई चैटबॉट, डॉक्यूमेंट क्वेरी, मल्टी लैंग्वेज ट्रांसलेशन और अनेक एडवांस्ड एआई मॉडल। इन टूल्स के साथ अब जानकारी ढूंढना, समझना और उससे कार्रवाई योग्य रिपोर्ट तैयार करना कुछ ही क्षणों में संभव हो जाता है। इस पूरी क्षमता की नींव बनेगा एकम का स्वदेशी लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल, जो भारतीय सेना के डेटा पर प्रशिक्षित किया जा रहा है। इस परियोजना की सबसे बड़ी खासियत है इसका सुरक्षित ऑन प्रीमेज एआई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, नई डिजिटल शक्ति प्रदान करने वाला फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। एकम, इंडियाज मिलिट्री एआई बैकबोन।
Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji unveiling the pioneering capability project ACOM, AI as a Service.
प्रक्षेपण प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के पूर्वानुमान हेतु सैन्य जलवायु विज्ञान और भूविज्ञान का प्रकटीकरण। प्रतिवर्ष भारत भूस्खलन, बाढ़ और हिमस्खलन का सामना करता है। पिछले वर्ष सिक्किम में ही 5 से अधिक घटनाएं हुई, जिनमें 15 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई। आधुनिकीकरण तकनीक की दिशा में प्रक्षेपण ने 6 अग्रणी राष्ट्रीय एजेंसियों का सहयोग किया। इस प्रणाली का एआईएमएल मॉडल पिछले 20 वर्षों के 30 से अधिक स्टैटिक व डायनामिक जलवायु व भूवैज्ञानिक पैरामीटर पर प्रशिक्षित है, जो स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशन और डॉपलर रडार के डेटा को एकीकृत कर प्रक्षेपण भूस्खलन, बाढ़ तथा हिमस्खलन का पूर्वानुमान देता है। वर्तमान पूरे सिक्किम के लिए 3 दिवसीय भूस्खलन पूर्वानुमान मिलता है, जो चेतावनियों को उच्च, मध्यम और निम्न श्रेणियों में बांटता है, जबकि पूरे भारत के लिए 7 दिवसीय बाढ़ पूर्वानुमान, जिसमें इनफ्लो, जलस्तर और जल भराव का पूर्वानुमान भी शामिल है। प्रक्षेपण सेना की त्वरित प्रतिक्रिया को सुदृढ़ करेगा और दीर्घकालिक आपदा पूर्वानुमान व प्रारंभिक चेतावनियों से सीमावर्ती नागरिक प्रशासन को सशक्त करेगा।
And now Prakshepan, India's first military climatology application.
अब मैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वह एआई हैंडबुक फॉर मिलिट्री लीडर्स और डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ द इंडियन आर्मी 3.0 नामक पुस्तकों का विमोचन करें।
The Honorable Raksha
हमारी
Mantri.
पहली पुस्तक एआई हैंडबुक फॉर मिलिट्री लीडर्स सैनिकों को एआई तकनीक से परिचित कराएगा और बताएगा कि इसे सेना के प्रबंधन और रणनीति में किस तरह प्रभावी रूप से उपयोग किया जा सकता है।
Honorable Raksha Mantri unveiling two important publications as part of Digitalization 3.0.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारी दूसरी पुस्तक डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ द इंडियन आर्मी 3.0 उन 100 महत्वपूर्ण एप्लीकेशनों का संकलन है जो आर्मी डेटा नेटवर्क पर भी उपलब्ध है। यह पुस्तक इन एप्लीकेशनों की जानकारी अधिक से अधिक सैनिकों तक पहुंचाएगी और हमारी सेना को और अधिक सक्षम, स्मार्ट और भविष्य के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार बनाएगी।
AI Handbook for Military
बहुत
Leaders.
बहुत
ladies and
धन्यवाद। इसके साथ ही मैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी का अब चाणक्य डिफेंस डायलॉग के तीसरे संस्करण में हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूं और उन्हें मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूं। धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please rise for the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji, Shri Rajnath Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our respectful greetings to the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji. Let's welcome him to the dais with a huge round of applause. Namaskar, sir. आपका बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत है. Ladies and gentlemen, his presence this morning reinforces the commitment and seriousness with which India approaches defense reforms and national security preparedness. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And we're also being joined by distinguished dignitaries for day 2 of this Chanakya Defense Dialogue. We welcome to the dais once again our Honorable Raksha Mantri of India, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji. Ladies and gentlemen, we have on the dais Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal. We also welcome the Secretary, Department of Defense Production, Shri Sanjeev Kumar. Vice Chief of the Army Staff is not going to be joining us, but we have Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. M. Ravi Chandran. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And we have with us Director General, Center for Land Warfare Studies, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, Param Vishisht Seva Medal and Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. A huge round of applause as we welcome the esteemed dignitaries. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'd like to begin by saying good morning and a very warm welcome to day 2 of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. It is a privilege indeed to begin with today's proceedings in the presence of the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji. His guidance has not only accelerated India's defense transformation, but has also anchored our national resolve during moments of very strategic importance. Day 1 of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue set a very powerful foundation for today's deliberations. The Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu Ji, opened the dialogue with a message of rare clarity. She described Operation Sindoor as a defining moment for India, a demonstration not only of military precision, but of India's moral clarity to act firmly, proportionately, and responsibly. She underlined that India's rise is strongest when diplomacy, economy, and military capability move together in alignment. And she lauded the Indian Army's investment in youth, NCC expansion, sports, and human capital, calling it vital to India's long-term preparedness. Her address set the moral, strategic, and civilizational tone for this dialogue. And ladies and gentlemen, day 1 then unfolded with a series of powerful deliberations and brought out how India must prepare for a world where threats are hybrid, timelines are compressed, and technology shapes every outcome. The discussions converged on one message: reform, readiness, and self-reliance. And now strategic compulsions, ladies and gentlemen, they've become strategic compulsions and not choices. And with that, I'd like to say that this platform did not just begin yesterday. It stands on 2 significant precursor engagements that broadened its lens and deepened its purpose. The Young Leaders Forum, which was held on 31st October to commemorate the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, brought together over 9,000 young Indians, NCC cadets, students, researchers, IITians, and university leaders. They came not as spectators, but as participants in India's strategic journey, demonstrating that national security today belongs to every citizen, not just the uniformed forces. The curtain raiser on 17 November extended that momentum. In a wide-ranging conversation, the Chief of the Army Staff highlighted the imperatives shaping India's defense transformation, multi-domain readiness, theaterization, intelligence-led operations, technology infusion, and deterrence built on capability and national resolve. And together, these engagements shaped the spirit with which we gather this morning, a spirit rooted in readiness, reform, innovation, jointness, self-reliance, and a shared commitment to securing India's rise towards Vikasit Bharat. A very warm welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. With that, it is now my privilege to invite the Director General of the Center for Land Warfare Studies, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Chief of the Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi, Shri Sanjeev Kumar IAS Secretary Defense Production, Shri M. Ravichandran Secretary Ministry of Earth and Sciences, former Chiefs General J.J. Singh, General Dalbir Singh Suhag, Vice Chief of the Army Staff, Your Excellencies and members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior military and government officers, esteemed veterans, scholars from academia and think tanks, industry and media representatives, and students from the universities and colleges. On behalf of the Indian Army and the Center for Land Warfare Studies, it's my honor to warmly welcome you all to the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025, an international seminar which is gaining strength as it is going further in Sashakt, Surakshit or Viksit Bharat. It's a matter of honor for us to inform the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji that Day 1 witnessed an overwhelming response with over 1,200 participants contributing to the vibrant and the forward-looking discussions yesterday. Majority of these comprised of students from universities and colleges. This reminds us that national security is not just a duty, it's a legacy we must pass on to our next generation with clarity and strategic thought. Highlights of the Day 1 was the address of the President of India, of course, Chief of Defense Staff, Defense Secretary, CEO Niti Aayog, and former Principal Scientific Advisor. Besides this, there were 3 panel discussions, which also included eminent international speakers. The Day 1 was marked by rich international insights, compelling national perspectives, and dynamic discussions across strategic, operational, and technological themes. This day is especially significant because we have the privilege of Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji, who will be addressing us. His leadership has been a beacon of transformation for India's defense establishment. Your guidance has strengthened reforms, sharpened strategic clarity, and propelled our armed forces towards greater capability and confidence. These efforts found powerful expression in Operation Sindoor, a thunderous success and a decisive victory over our adversary Pakistan, and I dare say in many ways over our northern neighbor whose untested weapon systems failed utterly. Yet even in this tremendous success, this is not a moment for us to be complacent. Rather, it is a call to raise our preparedness further so that we are prepared for the next conflict which may take place. And the route for that is through the clarion call of Prime Minister Shri Modi ji, who has said jointness, Atmanirbharta and innovation is the way ahead if we have to succeed in future battles. We are also fortunate that today's program includes a special address by former Ambassador Venkatesh Verma and former Deputy NSA Ambassador Pankaj Saran, whose experience will add valuable strategic depth to our discourse. These talks will be interspersed with 2 important panel discussions which shall focus on battlefield equalizers and the transforming the Indian Armed Forces into a modern, agile force. We aim to generate practical and forward-looking ideas for shaping the future of our India's defense preparedness. This dialogue exemplifies the whole of nation approach needed to navigate the gray zone and shape the structure of resilient Bharat. As we begin the day, let me invoke the timeless wisdom of Acharya Kautilya. Balam swasya yatha shaktave shanyam. It means in English, a nation must continually assess and strengthen its power to the fullest of its capability. Our approach should be following the dictum, India will not bend, it will not break, and it will not be silenced. Thank you and Jai Hind.
In a world of shifting power and evolving threats, Bharat leads with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The Indian Armed Forces move forward, transforming through progressive reforms, building a Sashakt, Surakshit, or Viksit Bharat. Drawing inspiration from India's civilizational wisdom, previous editions of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue have charted pathways for strategic foresight, cooperation, and resilience. Today, we are crafting a roadmap for a future-ready India. Policy frameworks for leadership, integrating AI, robotics, and autonomous systems. The Indian Army is reshaping the art of modern warfare, powered by India's own satellites watching over every frontier. Reforming the defense ecosystem, fostering indigenous innovation, and fueling India's rise as a global manufacturing hub. The future lies with our youth, and the Indian Army is harnessing their potential into national power. India is ready.
संगीत और सेना ये दो ऐसे हैं जो सारे विश्व में एक दूसरे की भाषा समझते हैं.
Driving integration, fostering innovation, and accelerating modernization. For a force ready for multi-domain operations and a nation ready for the future. As Bharat rises to meet the challenges of a new age, the third edition of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue emerges as a beacon of reform, resilience, and renewal for a self-reliant, secure, and transformative tomorrow. At the Chanakya Defense Dialogue, distinguished dignitaries and experts converge to envision the next era of defense and security.
Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. And I thank you very much, sir, for the opening welcome address. And ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed very privileged to have in our midst the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji. He is a statesman who speaks with clarity, acts with conviction, and leads with an unwavering commitment to national security. Under his leadership, India has witnessed a historic acceleration in defense reforms. And ladies and gentlemen, I have to say a little bit more that it was his visionary decision to designate 2025 as the year of reforms, accompanied by 9 guiding principles that now serve as a catalyst for the armed forces transformation, sharpening priorities, streamlining processes, and strengthening India's defense posture for the future. There is a Sanskrit line that captures the spirit of his leadership. Naisha dhriti kshanika dhriti ya sthita pragyasya, which means enduring determination belongs to those who are steady in purpose. This steadiness of our Honorable Raksha Mantri ji's leadership defines India's defense reforms today, and it defines our journey towards Sashakt, Surakshit, or Vikasit Bharat. It is an honor to have our Honorable Raksha Mantri ji in our midst. With great respect, I now invite the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji of India, Shri Rajnath Singh ji, to deliver the special address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him to the podium with a huge, resounding round of applause.
Sanskrit pronunciation is very difficult. General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of Army Staff, Sri Sanjeev Kumar, Secretary Defence Production, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary Ministry of Earth Sciences, Sri Gurdeep Singh Ji, Chairman NTPC, Lieutenant General retired Sri Dushyant Singh, DG Center for Land Warfare Studies, General Dalveer Singh Ji, former Army Chief, General J. Singh Ji, former Army Chief, attaches from foreign services and representatives of the diplomatic community, scholars from think tanks and academia, officials of government and armed forces, veterans, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to address this distinguished gathering of officers from the armed forces, representatives of the strategic community, scholars, and experts from think tanks in India and abroad, and leaders from industry. I thank the Indian Army and the Center for Land Warfare Studies for organizing this dialogue and for maintaining the continuity of such an important intellectual forum. This is a platform where the practical experience gained by our Army blends meaningfully with contemporary strategic thinking to shape our future strategies and policies. Friends, we are honored that the Supreme Commander of the Indian Armed Forces addressed this year's dialogue and offered her valuable guidance. I think the Honorable President's suggestions will guide and greatly benefit our armed forces. Friends, I had the opportunity to be part of this forum last year as well. At that time, discussions were held that development and security are not separate pursuits. They reinforce each other. That thought remains relevant today also. And this year also, we carry that discussions forward with the new theme of this dialogue, reform to transform, Shasakt, Surakshit, and Vikshit Bharat. It urges all of us to view reforms not merely as an administrative exercise, but as a driver of the national strength, national security, and a national transformation. The relevance of this platform, and especially of this theme, becomes even more important in the context of the present global scenario and the challenges India faces in its neighborhood. As we reflect on the reforms and the transformation, I feel it is important that we also look at the wider global context in which we all operate. We can easily sense that we are living through a period of the deep geopolitical uncertainty, and the power centers are shifting, new alignments are being tested, and the nature of conflict itself is evolving in ways not seen before. When we look at traditional military domains, they are now intersecting with the cyber space, information, and even cognitive influence. Today, we cannot clearly identify the lines between peace and conflict as clearly as earlier. Friends, economic interdependence, which once gave confidence to the world, now comes with the vulnerabilities in supply chains, digital networks, and critical technologies. All of this demands sharper awareness, sober judgment, and a sustained preparedness from us. Friends, in this changing global environment, India's place is also undergoing transformation. Our economic growth, technological capabilities, and principled foreign policy have made us a voice of balance and responsibility. Today, India is not standing on the margins of the global discussions. In fact, we are shaping them. And we do so with a sense of responsibility, a strategic autonomy, and a confidence rooted in our civilizational values. These days, countries across the Indo-Pacific and the global South look to India as a reliable partner. This trust has not come to us automatically. It has been earned through our consistent stand for respect of sovereignty of nations and the rules-based international order. But as I see India's role growing on the global stage, I am also reminded that our immediate neighborhood continues to demand our careful attention. Friends, India lives in a region where challenges emerge in many forms. Terrorism, cross-border support to extremist elements, attempts to alter the status quo, maritime pressures, and even information warfare. These are complex situations that require constant vigilance and clarity of purpose. Friends, India has always believed in peace and dialogue, and we remain committed to that approach. But let me say clearly, when it comes to our sovereignty and the security of our people, we do not compromise. Our armed forces have shown again and again that they are capable and ready. It is this blend of restraint and the firmness that allows us to manage our neighborhood challenges while contributing to regional stability. Friends, when we look at the global environment and the realities of our neighborhood, our message becomes very clear. We cannot rely on past structures to deal with future challenges. The world is changing too fast, and the nature of threats is becoming too complex. This is why reforms are not a choice of many more. They are a strategic necessity. Reforms strengthen the adaptability of our institutions, enhance the agility of our armed forces, and give the nation the confidence to shape its own destiny. So, when we speak to reform to transform, we are not merely talking about the procedures or policies. We are not talking about our tweaking the status quo. We are talking about preparing India for a new era, which will transform it into Sashakt, Surakshit, and Viksit Bharat. These three ideas reinforce one another, and we cannot have a Viksit Bharat without a Surakshit Bharat. We cannot have a Surakshit Bharat without a Sashakt Bharat. This is the chain that holds our national aspirations together. But for this chain to hold firm in a changing world, we must build something even deeper within our national character, resilience. Friends, in today's world, I must advocate that resilience has become as important as capability. I believe that a resilient India is one that can absorb shocks, adapt quickly, and continue moving forward to no matter what the circumstances are. Friends, resilience is not limited to defense alone. It spans our economic systems, it extends our critical technologies and the infrastructure that supports them, and it reaches into the social unity that binds us together as a nation. If we build resilience across these three areas of defense, economy, and society, we build a nation that goes from strength to strength. Our true strength, therefore, lies not merely in what we possess, but in our ability to recover, reorganize, and rise stronger than before. Friends, this idea of resilience is not theoretical. It must guide our reforms, our institutions, and our national strategy. And we should focus on these reforms towards building resilience. I am confident that all of you gathered here will carry this thought forward in your discussions today. And when we talk about building resilience, the strongest pillar of that resilience is, without doubt, our armed forces. Friends, whenever we speak of a stronger, safer, and developed India, the first thought that comes to my mind is the role of our armed forces. Their courage, discipline, and commitment from the backbone of our national security. But their contribution goes far beyond defending our borders. Our armed forces bring stability where it is needed most. They support civil authorities in times of disaster. They safeguard our maritime interests. They strengthen our international partnership through joint exercises and the peacekeeping. Their professionalism builds confidence not only within India, but also among our friends around the world. That is why reform and modernization in the armed forces are not just administrative tasks. They are investments in India's long-term future. And when I look at this spirit in our armed forces, I see the same spirit in India's approach to the world. Friends, when India advances on the path of strength, security, and development, the world benefits in several ways. First, a stable India contributes to a stable global economy. Second, India's digital public infrastructure offers a model of inclusive, transparent, and secure governance for many nations. Third, India's ethical approach to emerging technologies, whether artificial intelligence, cyber or space, sets standards that others look to. Fourth, our commitment to peace, climate responsibility, and humanitarian values adds moral weight to international cooperation. In this way, friends, a Sashakt, Surakshit, and Vikshit Bharat does not exist in isolation. It becomes a force for good, a nation that strengthens global peace and the human well-being. And to ensure that this positive influence translates into lasting strength, and we are strengthening our national capacities with focused reforms. Friends, the government has been taking consistent steps to ensure that our armed forces are future ready and that our nation moves forward with confidence. We are strengthening border and maritime infrastructure to support both security and connectivity. And we are modernizing our forces through new platforms, technologies, and structures. And we are reforming procurement processes to ensure speed, transparency, and accountability. Through Atmanirbharta, we are building a defense industrial ecosystem that encourages innovation, supports industry, and reduces external dependencies. And we are investing in startups, deep tech capabilities, and research and development that will shape the battlefields of the future. And we are ensuring that the interests and the welfare of our soldiers, veterans, and their families remain central to our decision making. Friends, all of these efforts are not isolated actions. Together, they form the foundation for India's long-term security and development. And for these efforts to remain effective, platforms like this provide the necessary space for reflection and course correction. Friends, before I conclude, I want to acknowledge the importance of dialogues like this. Platforms such as the Chanakya Defense Dialogue gives us the space to think deeply, listen to diverse perspectives, and refine our strategic approach. They remind us that national security is not only about strength, it is also about understanding, foresight, and a collective wisdom. And I would like to thank the Indian Army and the CLAJ once again for organizing this important forum and for sustaining its intellectual continuity. I am happy to note that this dialogue has covered a wide range of important topics, ranging from resilient national security, battlefield equalizers, and a civil-military fusion to the character of future wars. These are areas that will shape not only the battlefield of tomorrow, but also the broader national landscape of security and development. I am confident that the subject matter experts who deliberated on these themes have offered valuable insights, best practices, and constructive recommendations. Their contributions will certainly help us identify the reforms needed to realize our shared vision of Sashakt, Surakshit, and Vikshit Bharat. Friends, I am also confident that the conversations held here will guide our policies and strengthen our resolve as we prepare for the opportunities and the challenges ahead. A Bharat that stands firm in its principle, confident in its capabilities, and ready to contribute to global peace and progress. That is the India we are all working towards. My best wishes to all participants for meaningful and productive discussions in the future as well. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Honorable Raksha Mantri ji. With that, may I request the Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, to please present a small token of appreciation to our Honorable Raksha Mantri ji. Thank you once again to our Honorable Raksha Mantri ji for placing such complex realities in such clear perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Your address reminds us that in an era where conflict spans information, cyber, economy, and geopolitics all at once, India is not merely adjusting to new principles under your leadership, India is helping shape them for the region and the world. We are so grateful for your address, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do a thunderous round of applause. And I just have one more thing to say, sir, that your vision reinforces that a strong India is built not in silos, but through the collective force of a united society, a resilient economy, and an assured defense posture, taking the nation from strength to strength. We are so grateful for your leadership. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will remain seated, and I'd only invite the eminent speakers and, of course, our dignitaries to kindly join the Honorable Raksha Mantri outside in the foyer for a group photograph. The eminent dignitaries who were joining us on the day, so I'm very grateful to them as well. I request them to also join us for the group photograph with the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji, Shri Rajnath Singh ji. May I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to please join us. And the rest of us, ladies and gentlemen, we will remain seated, we will remain in our positions, and we will let the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji depart. We thank once again the Secretary, Department of Defense, Production, Shri Sanjeev Kumar, and of course, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. M. Ravichandran. Thank you very much for joining us today. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to stay with us before we break for high tea. Just give us a couple of minutes, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and then we will proceed for high tea. Thank you very much. Let us all take our seats. And ladies and gentlemen, after high tea, we will come back for the next address, which widens our horizon, shifting our attention from current challenges to the new normal that India must prepare for over the next 2 decades. So a very, very important special address coming up after this high tea. Just give us 1 minute or so, and then we will proceed for high tea, ladies and gentlemen. We have the privilege, ladies and gentlemen, of having with us Ambassador D.B. Venkatesh Verma, who's going to be making the special address right after this high tea. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we could take that high tea break. I invite you to please join us for high going to be addressing us shortly. May I invite you to please be seated. Thank you. Now, what does resilience mean in an era where competition is multi-domain, information is weaponized, and crises arrive without warning? What does preparedness look like when geopolitical alignments are fluid and technological shifts are relentless? And how does Bharat ensure that its rise remains secure, stable, and future-ready? These are not abstract questions, ladies and gentlemen. These are questions that shape every reform, every capability, every doctrine being debated in this dialogue. So as we settle in, I invite you to bring your attention back into the auditorium. We're about to hear from a thinker who has lived and shaped India's strategic posture across some of the most complex theaters of diplomacy and security. We will begin in just a moment. Let us promptly return to seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We have sounded the bell once. I would request console team to please give a message outside to ring the bell again, sound the bells again so that everyone knows that we're starting and nobody misses this very crucial special address. Can we please sound the bell again? Ladies and gentlemen, I have been given a signal to begin with this special address session. So one final call to everyone outside in the atrium to please gather back. Please join us in the room. Let us reconvene for this very significant special address, ladies and gentlemen. Let us all return to the auditorium right away. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We begin day 2's strategic journey with a special address on resilient national security by 2047, the new normal. And it is a privilege, ladies and gentlemen, for us to have in our midst Ambassador D.B. Venkatesh Verma. Let's have a huge round of applause as we invite him. He has served in critical security and disarmament roles, including as ambassador to Russia, Spain, and the Conference on Disarmament in Geneva. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I'd also like to say that Ambassador D.B. Venkatesh Verma brings depth on India's security doctrine and global strategic alignment and currently serves on the National Security Advisory Board. Sir, we are very deeply grateful that you're here with us, and we request you to now deliver your address on resilient national security by 2047, the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, let us once again, with a round of applause, welcome Ambassador D.B. Venkatesh Verma.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Namaskar. General Dushyant Singh, Director General of Chanakya Defense Dialogue Forum, and DG Claus for this invitation. It's a great honor to be asked to speak at this conference, which has gone from strength to strength. And all of us were deeply honored by the presence and the address of our Honorable President and the Supreme Commander of our Armed Forces yesterday, the CDS, the Chief of Army Staff, and we had a very inspiring address by our Raksha Mantri this morning. I've been asked to speak on resilient national security at 2047, the centenary of our independence, which our Prime Minister has set the national goal, in fact, the national ambition for achieving a Viksit Bharat. many, in fact, most countries in the world don't have a national ambition for the next 25 years. So I think we are very fortunate that we have set ourselves this goal of achieving a very high standard of accomplishment, of national accomplishment by 2047. This national objective has many dimensions, as is well known, and many of the analysts grapple with some of them or all of them put together. Obviously, by 2047, we want to be a developed economy. We want to be a developed economy, not just in terms of GDP and rates of growth or productivity, but in the well-being of our people. And we want to have a decolonized mind. It's not easy. It's a process underway. But in the field of national security, I think the standard to be achieved is national resilience. And what constitutes national resilience, I think the Raksha Mantri mentioned it in the morning, which is in fact the title of this entire seminar, of this conference this year. Sashakt, Surakshit and Viksit Bharat. The Raksha Mantri in his address alluded to the fact that all three are interrelated. It will be my task, my humble task, to see if I can flesh out this interrelationship between Sashakt, Surakshit, and Viksit Bharat. So, what is resilience? Resilience is the ability to take and overcome stress. In terms of national security, resilience is the ability to withstand challenges that are not only external but also internal, and yet maintain an equilibrium that will maintain and ensure our sovereignty, territorial integrity of the country, and of course, promote the well-being of our people, of our great land. But resilience is not enough, as it's a consequence of other policies and achievements, including a national security doctrine that promotes and ensures resilience. Resilience is not God-sent. God does not owe anybody resilience. He gives it to those who work for it. Nor is it a natural attribute of a growing power. Rather, it is a product of other actions, primarily strategic autonomy and the balance between gross and net power of India. And let me spend the next 15-20 minutes sort of trying to build on that. But before we come to that, let's have a look at the world as we see it today. Because building resilience, this project that we are setting for ourselves, will also involve sailing through a stormy period in geopolitics. This will have to be achieved through a period that is going to see fundamental transformations at the global level, that we are already seeing. The rise of China, the economic, trade, energy, and technology transformations that will increase conflict rather than cooperation between states. The demography crisis that is overtaking many parts of the world. We're not part of it, so we tend to ignore it, but it's engulfing many parts of the world. Along with the rise of racism and identity politics and vast disparities in power, wealth, and access to and control over technologies. A rising China poses one sort of challenges. Rising China, when we're seeing evidence of that, will see a rise in its assertion of its dominance. Not necessarily through an open use of military force, but preferably for China's rise, short of using military force. That is the geopolitics of domination through assertion, expansion of power. A divided and declining West poses another sort of set of challenges. And this is the geopolitics of domination or preservation of power. And these conflicts thus generated will not be distant, but will manifest themselves in our neighborhood and the Indian Ocean region. So the geopolitics of dominance. One we see from China, which is one of assertion and expansion of power. And the other we see as the collective West, as geopolitics of domination for the preservation of power. Both create problems for us. China's dominance is not acceptable to India. That is for sure. But the Western strategy of preservation of its power through geopolitics of dominance of its own variety is unworkable. So the space between what is unacceptable and what is unworkable is the space that is available to us. And we will have, as the national strategy of security, of survival, have to build a national resilience in that geopolitical space. So where does India stand today? In the next 25 years, the general consensus is that India will occupy the third place as the third largest economic power in the world, for which investments and policies are being done by the government. And these are fundamentally transformative of India. And these have been in place for the last several years. And these will yield results in the coming quarter century. The government has made investments and policies which are critical for macroeconomic stability. Macroeconomic stability, I think we are doing pretty well. In fact, we are relatively doing much better than many countries in the world. Infrastructure development, we are all witness to the fundamental change in infrastructure development that is taking place in the country over the last several years. Investments into high-tech, semiconductors, data centers, biotech, fintech, and the social sector will pay dividends in the future. Admittedly, India has started a bit late, but the hope is that it will catch up in terms of tech R&D and applications for which the government has taken some very important and some very welcome steps. The Niti Aayog document, Viksit Bharat, the 2047 states that India will be a $30 trillion economy, the third largest in the world with a per capita income of about, say, $22,000. We are about a little less than $3,000 now. By comparison, the US economy will be around $38 trillion and the Chinese economy will be about $42 trillion. Both the US and the Chinese economies will be high technology productivity at their core, while for India it will still be the demographic factor that will propel our growth. So the first point to note is that India's resilience in the strategic sphere will have to be built under conditions of power asymmetry. We cannot escape that. And let us stop pretending that power asymmetry does not matter. It does. I think the first step is to recognize there is a power asymmetry and start dealing with that reality. We will be the third largest economy in the world, but not quite in the same category as the two big powers. This can be discerned from Indian rankings in advanced manufacturing, biotech, critical minerals, nuclear fission, fusion, quantum information science, semiconductors, microelectronics. This is not to say that we cannot do it. This is not to say that we have not started. This is only to say we have quite a distance to go. Chinese power right next door is of an unprecedented scale in terms of manufacturing capacities, military spending, and technological dominance, including stranglehold over critical minerals so crucial to the fourth industrial revolution. We have seen power asymmetries in the past, but a power asymmetry of the nature that we will now have to live through in the next 25 years with China is quite unprecedented. The second point is about our external engagement as drivers of growth. Both the United States and China saw their best years of growth when their access to the global markets was less conflict-prone. That advantage, unfortunately, will not be with India. The coming decades of growth will have to contend with increasing securitization of globalization. This at a time when India has several gaps in R&D and technology, for which external engagement is essential. We don't have a domestic airline manufactured in India. We don't manufacture aero engines. We are critically dependent on external partners for high tech. Hopefully, all this will change in the next decade. The third point is regarding the global interlinkages and dependencies of technology, particularly those relating to data, computing, AI, quantum, biotech, cyber, and space. The technological edge is not with the governments, but centers of innovation controlled by private capital. There again, there are big disparities in power distribution with a G2 structure with the US and China as the top layers. The fourth factor is about hard realities of geopolitics and the balance between our continental and our maritime commitments. In 2047, if we still have unsettled borders with both Pakistan and China, it would be a historic record because there are very few examples in history that a major power like India is still burdened with unsettled borders after a century after independence, 100 years after independence. Imagine the costs that have accrued to our country as a result of this strategic impairment arising from independence and partition. The cost for India of the strategic nexus between Pakistan and China and possibly other countries in the neighborhood has also risen with time. So having set out these larger contextual factors, let us narrow down on what does strategic autonomy mean in practice. Strategic autonomy means, in these circumstances of instability, asymmetry in power and technology, and continuing geopolitical conflict. I mean, we need to put it into a real international setting. Strategic autonomy is important as a declaratory posture. I mean, of course, we all say that. But it cannot be reduced to a slogan, because it's not just a slogan. The real test of strategic autonomy is the question whether India has the will and the capability to think and act independently in the use of armed force, both direct and indirect, in the pursuit of national security. So it goes to the core of what we are as a country. If we can have the will and capability to fight our own wars and to bring those wars to a conclusion on our own terms. Hence, the key issue is the operational dimension of strategic autonomy. Can India craft a military doctrine that is equal to the threat scenarios of its opponents, which is affordable and can be executed independently without external interference? Hence, where we buy our equipment from, our traditional partners like Russia, or our more substantial partners like France and Israel, or the United States, or from Europe, or technology, we need to ask ourselves the question, where does engagement become a dependency, and where does dependency become a vulnerability? Engagement and dependencies are unavoidable. If we define strategic autonomy veering towards strategic autarky, I think it is a big mistake. So external engagement, external cooperation, external dependencies are par for the course. They are part of the landscape. The key question for us to ask is, where does a dependency become a vulnerability? But if we allow dependencies to slip into strategic vulnerability, then it will amount to a failure of policy. External sourcing of arms, notions such as interoperability or linked with warfare networks of other powers, are a slippery slope. What's the point of a military doctrine that looks good on paper, but in practice allows an external power to exercise a kill switch on our operations? If you look at the circumstances under which our outstanding performance of our armed forces in Ops Indore were portrayed in the external environment, not necessarily connected to reality, you can understand the sort of context in which we need to factor in the external environment for the use of armed force by our armed forces. Of course, dependencies are not only in military equipment and technology. The supporting dimensions of strategic autonomy, economic and technological dimensions, are equally important, and particularly with the changing nature of warfare. Because the economic and technological dimension is not only impacting doctrine, but also the sustainability of warfare as it's changing now. Increasing national debt or excessive dependence on external markets or the dominating penetration of foreign capital or technology can erode strategic autonomy. The defense industry in the country, through Make in India and Atmanirbharta, should first and foremost meet the requirements of our armed forces and be able to support our military's doctrinal requirements. That is the case with reference to defense exports or joint ventures based in the countries. Recent experience with international sanctions has also laid bare our vulnerabilities with respect to energy and technology choices. It is also clear that India's ability to retaliate against foreign punitive measures was limited. So the economic model should find a balance between growth and reducing vulnerabilities it might create for strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy is also related to the societal dimension. How much the country is willing to spend on defense? How much is it willing to undergo a sacrifice in terms of allocation of resources for national security? Whether our young talent, and we have tremendous young talent in the country, is willing to work in the country or go abroad to what they see as greener pastures there. Whether our primary education system is able to produce Agniveer recruits equipped with the technical skill needed for modern battlefields. Also, strategic autonomy is also a function of the mind. Whether we are willing to anchor our thoughts and analysis exclusively for the well-being of the nation, and fundamentally it is rooted in our self-confidence. My last point. National security resilience in the long run is also determined by how well India is able to maintain a balance between gross and net power. And what do I mean by gross and net power? I would say the triangular balance between the productive power of the country, the security power of the country, and the welfare power of the country. Productivity is what and how well the country produces its goods, its services, its economic strength, its technologies, its armed forces, whatever. I think India is doing moderately well on this dimension. Of course, there are many areas where we can improve productivity. Productivity in government decision making, I think, is an obvious example. Everybody talks about how defense procurement is a perennial problem. I must say this government has done a lot to streamline matters. A lot of progress has been made. The recent DPP that came out, I think, addresses many of these issues, but still there is some way to go. Security power of the country is whether our defense and internal security expenditures are reasonable. My submission is that we spend less than is necessary. Surely we can spend more on defense for a more proactive, a more aggressive military doctrine. Our higher defense and procurement decision making can be speeded up, and obviously we need to spend more on R&D. As a benchmark, I think moving from 2% GDP to 3% GDP, I think, is the basic sine qua non of defense modernization in the country, and that I think the government and parliament should take a commitment that we will maintain a 3% GDP for the next decade or so. What about internal security? Actually, India has had a fairly successful story on internal security. The general sense of stability and well-being in the country, except for this recent horrific Delhi terror attack, terrorism trends have generally been on the downward trend. Similarly, with left-wing extremism, number of districts that are Naxal affected has come down dramatically. I think all these under conditions of a democratic setup, I think is a huge achievement for India and something that we should preserve and protect and take forward. What is the story regarding welfare power of the country? Of course, we are a democracy. There is a certain democratic core of how governments work and how they need to relate to the requirements of the people. That is a given. But I think welfare spending beyond certain reasonable limits, especially in the context of very perpetual election cycles in our country, tends to disrupt long-term planning and long-term investments. Harnessing the youth dividend may be slipping out of our hands, so I think that is something that we need to take care of. So I would say maintaining the balance between gross and net power, India is doing well, but there are some danger signals on the way. If we do a course correction, I think we are well on our way to maintaining the overall framework in which national resilience can be built. So to conclude, the trends for national security resilience are encouraging, but success is not guaranteed. As the challenges that we'll be expected to work on are many, very numerous: unstable international environment, external dependencies, and some internal vulnerabilities. The 6.5 to 7% economic growth is good, but not good enough. It is good to give the country a sense that we are avoiding a crisis, but it is good enough to create complacency saying that we can do this forever. If we are to maintain our rate of growth going into a category of big powers, I think we need to do 7.5 to 9%. So fundamental reforms which have been initiated should be maintained, taken forward. Strategic autonomy should be built up. A military doctrine that is both able and capable of dealing with our threat scenarios, but also is affordable, is necessary. And goes without saying, it's been said many times before, the jointness, theaterization is part of the modernization of the military doctrine. Because, military doctrine is what is the ribbon that ties everything together. You can still have jointness, you can still have theaterization, you can still have what is now very popularly called civil-military fusion. All these are necessary but not sufficient elements. It is in how we all prepare, armed forces all prepare to fight, an integrated military doctrine is the real test. Economic and technological transformation, a social ethos that is willing to make necessary sacrifices for making India a great power by 2047. That is what Viksit Bharat means. I will end there. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Sir, may I request you to please stay back so that we can take a moment to thank you. I'm sorry I'm having to use this podium. So I'll request you to please join us back on stage. We just want to take this moment to express our gratitude to you. May I invite the Vice Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Pushpendra Pal Singh, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Sena Medal Bar, to kindly join us on stage. And let's have the memento, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to thank you, sir. Thank you, Ambassador Verma, for your sharp, compelling, and strategically rich address. You reminded us that national resilience is not a divine blessing, but a deliberate construction built on economic strength, strategic autonomy, technological capability, and a clear-eyed understanding of shifting global power. Your analysis of China's assertiveness, let's have a huge round of applause, yes. The West's power preservation instincts, power asymmetries, external dependencies, and the need for a military doctrine that is executable in the real world offers invaluable direction for India's long-term strategy. And you also underlined with great clarity that India's greatest internal strength today lies in the stability we are creating. I'd also like to thank you for your reminder that our youth dividend must be harnessed before it slips away, adds both urgency and purpose to India's national journey. So we're very grateful for that wonderful address, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will now proceed to a panel session. So let me just say that this session 4 of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025 focuses on the technologies that will decide advantage in future wars, and it is themed Battlefield Equalizers, Transforming Technologies for Future Wars.
The battlefields of tomorrow will be shaped not by strength alone, but by intelligence, automation, and digital supremacy. AI-driven systems, autonomous weapons, hypersonic platforms, and advanced robotics are becoming the backbone of modern warfare. Cybersecurity now forms the new frontline. A single breach can collapse an enemy's entire command structure. A fortified digital infrastructure is today's most powerful shield. Around the world, nations are racing to build capacity in critical defense technology, and India is emerging as a leader in this transformation. Future wars will belong to those who adapt fastest, innovate boldly, and merge human skill with intelligent machines.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, surely does set the context for the session that's coming up and how unmissable it becomes. AI, autonomous systems, hypersonics, robotics, cyber and space tools are compressing decision cycles and widening the battlefield. And this session looks at how India can harness these equalizers while fireproofing the digital backbone of defense. And with that, it is now my privilege to welcome our chair of this session to the dais. Let's bring him to the stage with a huge round of applause, Dr. Arvind Gupta, head and co-founder of Digital India Foundation. Namaskar and a very warm welcome to you, sir. We are so grateful for your presence here. He's the former CEO of MyGov and a key national voice on AI ethics, digital inclusion, and emerging tech governance. Very warm welcome once again. Let me now invite our esteemed panelists to the stage. Shri Anshuman Tripathi, Member Empowered Committee on High-Tech Manufacturing and former NSEB member. Let's welcome him to the stage with a huge round of applause, please. Namaskar and a warm welcome, sir. And today he's going to be speaking on disrupt or get disrupted, embracing emerging technologies, AI, autonomous systems, hypersonics, and robotics. Let me take the privilege of inviting our panelist, Professor Greg Austin of Social Cyber Institute, Australia. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. He's a leading scholar on cyber power and future conflict. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Today, he would be speaking on fireproofing, cybersecurity, and digital infrastructure reforms. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege to have in our midst Dr. Cho Chung Jae, Director, Delhi Office, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. Let's welcome him. Namaskar and warm welcome to you. He's a specialist on Indo-Pacific economic security convergence, and today he's going to talk to us on capacity building in critical defense technology and international perspective. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to hand it over to our chair, Dr. Arvind Gupta. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Aishwarya, for such a eloquent introduction. Thank you, the whole Chief of Army Staff and his team, Claus, for organizing this. But really, I'm here because you've given me an excellent panel. And the panel not only is international, but this panel is going to talk about the word that is now used almost every fourth or fifth word, AI, robotics, autonomous systems. I have studied computer science about 30 years ago, 32 years ago. And when I was graduating, I didn't know I was studying AI. And as a professor, I tell my students to really explain to me what AI means. Now, in the last couple of years, this has become so mainstreamed that that we actually are living what we thought would not happen 30 years ago. And so friends, we in this session are going to demystify what are the needs of this CMP that we hear a lot about, the civilian military fusion. As I said, I couldn't have asked for a better panel to talk about that than the panel that I have. I'm also cognizant of the time, but what we are going to do is we're going to ask all our esteemed panelists for opening comments, and then we'll request you for questions that you may have, doubts you may have. So please treat this as a very, very interactive open session, and do ask myself, including my panelists, any questions that you may have. I think, let me start by beginning that, I heard a term, compressed timeline, and I think this has become so real. There is a law in the world of computer science or technology called the Moore's law. The Moore's law used to say that technology doubles every 18 months. Dr. Gordon Moore was a proponent of that law. What it said was the timelines are so short, of 18 months, that technology doubles. Or if you look at it other way around, that technology, what is costing today X, actually becomes half in 18 months, both ways. recently, including many researchers across the world, including myself, have contended that this law is broken. And with due reverence to Moore's law, we have said that it has actually become more pervasive. It's actually become 9 months. So that is the compression of timeline that has happened. Between the last year's Chanakya dialogue and this year's Chanakya dialogue, technology has doubled. And if our systems, if our procurement, if our innovation has not kept pace with that, we are in 2 cycles going to fall behind 4 times. And that is the core thing that I heard again and again, but I'm trying to explain to you scientifically, backed by laws. So this is the era that we live in, where technologies are becoming powerful equalizers that can shift any advantage. We will discuss in our session at least 4 areas: AI and autonomous systems. They are interrelated. 2, I have Professor Austin, who studies cyber. And the other element of this is becoming the AI-driven psychological warfare, AI-driven psychological manipulation, malicious use of AI. Yesterday, the Director General was jokingly saying that by the time the dinner would be over, the reception would be over in the evening, there would be a deep fake that would be out regarding what happened in the proceedings of the day. Such is the fear. We've seen how AI is manipulating and generating content at a speed that ordinary human beings cannot distinguish. And this has been a fear for the last 10 years. But now it's come to realize. And it plays havoc in society, in psychological operations. So, we want to talk about that as a second thing. The third thing is the supply chain weaponization. Today, in a globalized world, whether we move away from the China supply chain, still we are codependent. And in the whole supply chain, there is no nation, and I'll present to you my slides, no nation actually makes the whole stack. And when no nation makes the whole stack, it really depends on where you are in that supply chain and where it can be made a dormant tool and when it can be activated in the future on a small command. It could sit like human dormant cells or terror dormant cells. Cyber dormant cells can sit on your phone, in your computer, in your systems for ages before they are activated. And they need not be software. They can be hardware. They can be a small component of a chip. They can be sitting in your car now, in devices. The Chief of Defense Staff yesterday talked about how many IoT devices we have. We have CCTV cameras. We have tons of Echo and Alexa devices. We have all these Bluetooth speakers. They are all devices on a network. So where a small thing can be activated and weaponized, we really don't know. And finally, we will talk a little bit about space tech as the 4 areas. Now, these are not comprehensive lists, but I think the top priorities when we are talking about shaping the future of war. So, let me start my interventions this morning. We have, as I said, AI technologies have come to age. Whether it was with the release of the GPT that we all became familiar with AI, but AI has always been in play. And whether it was recognition, target recognition, for navigation, we have been using Google Maps for ages, but in the skies, in the roads, in any navigation, it's been available for a long time. It's just become a lot more powerful right now. And the moment it plays a lot of role without GPS or with GPS, it becomes prone to manipulation, spoofing, and jamming. So those are the things we need to think about in AI, in navigation and autonomy. In target recognition, it's become very accurate. Facial recognition developed over the last 10 to 12 years. Target recognition, image recognition is something that is now easily available on your phone. So imagine on expert and large systems how well advanced it is. And we've seen it used in the last two to 3 years as, as actually been implemented. So whatever we are talking about, we are actually seeing that put to use by some, in some nation, some actor somewhere or the other. And similarly, whether it's coordination of swarms, when it comes to drones and in autonomous systems. And of course, we talked a lot about the digitalization effort, the AI ECOM project that was launched today, how backend intelligence, human intelligence is integrated to a lot of digital intelligence and data intelligence using both spatial intelligence as well as a lot of other data available and communication and comments available in the world, the murmurs as we call it. And if you integrate all of that, this is becoming a very, very powerful system, and that is why understanding more of AI and autonomous systems becomes a real-time need, and not only just to understand, but to implement and make it really fused into our thinking and operations becomes very important. Come to the second aspect, psychological operations. We started understanding the deep impact of malicious use of AI in national human psychology at a national level, and around just the end of COVID, let's say 2022 to 23, we saw a very, very deep network of influence operations. And I know Mr. Tripathi is going to talk a little bit about that in the context of the recently victorious Operation Sindoor, and which is still continuing, I'm told. But this is with the advent of social media and the downside of digital India, which phone and a WhatsApp available to just about everybody anywhere in the world. 98% of Indians believe a WhatsApp forward to be true news. And this is actually a very, very big concern, because you can just create without attribution these psychological operations, these deep fakes, and actually amplify them and distribute them at a scale that has never been available to us in the past. So social media manipulation, deep fake distribution, complete confusion around the narrative, and then the resultant monitoring of feedback and the feedback loop that is coming from real-time monitoring is something that has become a thing of a reality. It's part of the multi-domain operations that we live in. So, and we've seen how psychological operations using certain platforms, some of them thankfully don't operate in India, like TikTok, have upended governments in Nepal, so impacted society and democracy. Everybody talked about the three most important elements in the larger strategic blueprint, which is defense, economy, and society. And we saw in one of our neighbors, at least two of our neighbors, technology being used to upend governments in a conflict that we are well aware of, how deepfakes were used to spark off some geopolitical tensions. So all this is really becoming something of reality. The third portion is supply chain vulnerabilities, and this is we have seen the weaponization of a small pager, and nobody ever thought a dumb device like that could be weaponized. But it was dormant, it got weaponized when the time came. So, and the supply chain in this world, the speaker before me, Ambassador Verma, was talking about, there's no one nation which controls any supply chain. You could probably hope for a friendly cohort of supply chain, friendly shoring, and the supply chains coming from trusted and friendly neighbors. But that's the best you can hope for. And if you see the global supply chain for something as small as any chip that goes into your phone, into your computer, it's actually distributed so largely. And any malicious element can be introduced anywhere in the supply chain without us ever getting to the bottom of it. Space, GPS, having your own GPS chip to GPS systems, to understanding ASAT threats, to space ISR is becoming very, very important. And this is probably the last two slides I have. All this gets stitched together in a multi-domain operation. You can, apart from kinetic, the non-kinetic things that can happen is GPS jamming, AI precision targeting, psychological operations, satellite surveillance, all happening together apart from the standard arena of war. So this is the world that we need to be prepared for. And there are certain things that some speakers have spoken that I disagree with. India has actually done a lot of leapfrogging. India is, we need to build on, we have been building upon our strength. This is not something that you can just say that I will just become an AI superpower overnight or in next 1 or 2 years. There is still 4 or 5 years required. What used to take 20 years will still take 4 to 5 years. But you have to be on the correct path. And I believe that we have been on the correct path now. But the correct path also needs to build upon what are your core strengths. What is the core building blocks that are available to you? Certain building blocks are available to, some nations are blessed with minerals, manufacturing excellence. We have been blessed with talent pool. Everybody has talked about that. We have launched to use the talent pool correctly in a great market. We have launched our own PLI schemes, and that's yielding results. This slide is about that no nation, actually, America is way ahead, but apart from that, all nations on the technology stack are actually far behind. And, we get compared to China a lot. Yes, China is ahead of us currently in our assessment, but the difference can really change in 1 to 2 years, less than 1 year, 2 years. So this is a race which is wide open, and we have to choose our partners in AI or in technology with the same diversification that we are choosing in supply chains. But the good news is that we have a very comprehensive program, and in the comprehensive program, India is doing a lot. Will it do everything on its own? No, but we are doing a lot. And in doing a lot, we need to find the trusted partners that we can work with. No nation is going to be, only dependent on itself. While US is far ahead, 40% of AI code is written by people of Indian origin. So 25 years ago, when the Y2K problem happened, the world looked to India to solve the Y2K, the year 2000 bug problem. Same thing applies to AI. Indians write the highest amount of AI code. 25% of the 40% live in India, 15% overseas across the world. So we have the highest talent pool in AI. We are doing a lot domestically. And we have a lot of missions which are yielding results. As somebody who's involved in this from day one, I can tell you, I'm very confident that we will achieve the goals that we have set out from the civil side. And the fusion is happening at a rapid speed. And I think the last thing I will leave, and then I will invite my first panelist, Mr. Tripathi, to speak on it, is that there are so many things to take care from a technology perspective. What we need to be conscious on is that we need to keep focused. We need to keep our strengths in mind and play to those strengths. Completeness will not happen in this world of technology. You can only score higher marks to pass the grade. And the passing marks here could be 40 plus. Not everybody requires a score 95 plus to achieve their technological sovereignty when it comes to data and digital. So with that, thank you very much for listening to me. I now invite Mr. Tripathi to make his opening interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Moderator Saab, fellow panelists. Thank you, Claus, DG Saab. Thanks for this opportunity. The glitter of generals, fellow officers. For those who don't know, a group of generals is called a glitter of generals. It was a surprise when I learned it. Youngsters in the audience, if the moderator would allow, I'll do justice to my topic and I'll disrupt everything that he just said, or the things before me that were said. Warfare is all about technology since time immemorial. You have to bring in some new technology and we'll disrupt. That disruption could be subtle or could be domain changing. Back in the day when there were armada of ships, there were people fighting on land, suddenly came the air power and there was a new domain. Then came radars, the new domains, then cyber. What's the latest disruption? The latest disruption is that now, today, your mind is the battlefield. We have reached the stage of cognitive warfare. And cognitive warfare has a lot which is built on software. And India, as we all know, is a software superpower. My moderators have talked about his experience for a long time. I'm much younger to him, but have similar experiences to talk about. If we look today in cognitive warfare, India has done exceptionally well. In Ops Sindoor, many of you might not have stitched the pieces together to make the uniform fabric. We have done well. Some places, knowingly, some places we got lucky. But as they say, truth is the first casualty of war. So I would give the credit of luck to those who are best prepared, and that's the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian whole ecosystem that went forward with it. When we did Ops Sindoor, we talked about facts. And I'll also show you how AI, which is talked about, has limitations. And those limitations were exploited by the Indian Armed Forces. For a lot of you, that might be a surprise. For us, AI is a new thing, and I'll tell you, AI has boundaries. And that's where people like me research. What's AI's limitation? What do we do, and how do we exploit it to our advantage? In Ops Sindoor, everybody knows that we sent some pilotless aircrafts across to the adversary to draw out their air defenses successfully, which implies there was electronic evidence which was created, which was so convincing that they pressed the button and exposed their positions. Some of us might stop there, but I don't. We were so convincing that they went chest thumping to say, we were able to down so many of Indian planes. That went on, not from there. to limit in that country to other countries. The fundamental part came in with my boss said, show me the evidence. Où est là the evidence? Preview, as they say in French. Do we have the French attaché in the crowd? General? Bonjour. Right? The word for evidence, preview, right? Preview. What je parle français un petit peu. He didn't use the word proof, he said evidence. Your chief. So, if we say that we are convinced, but there's no evidence, I'll bring you to the limitations of AI. Everyone in the crowd has a phone which is smart. Everybody has Google in there. If you ask a very simple question, did India lose fighter jets in Operation Sindoor? Hands down, ChatGPT, Google, everybody says, yes. But then I say, can you prove it? No, he said, she said, we assume we did this. Where is the proof? And that's the limitation of AI. AI does not differentiate between proof and fiction. It can hallucinate. AI provides models which are probabilistic. I'll use it in Fauci terms in the name of a very old philosopher of semantics who gave a very famous statement which is very, very apropos to the present situation of AI. The map is not the territory. AI works on maps, not on the ground reality of territory. We were able to so convincingly put together, maybe we got lucky, but AI was saying something has happened, but cannot provide the proof. That is cognitive warfare right there for you. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm sure in the audience I have people from Assam Rifles. And one of the things in social media Assam Rifles is known for is their Badnu Ram and their smart quartermaster. Yes? Assam Regiment. My apologies. But that situation in the contemporary world is what happened here. Our adversaries don't know what our resources are. How many did we lose? Did we really lose? You can't show me a proof. Show me a proof. My boss said this and I stand behind it. I'll change my whole speech and I'll disrupt it again. Show me the proof. You have spy satellites, you have cyber, blah, blah. You have everything under the sun. Where is the proof? But there is without proof, you can stand up and say very convincingly, yes. That's, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence for you. So where do we stand today? Cognitive warfare is the future. We shall see more of this going forward. And as we prepare, we have to prepare for both the offense and the defense. We have to be aware what are the weaknesses that artificial intelligence works on. We have to be aware that artificial intelligence cannot provide you the truth. It provides probabilistic models. So, going forward, we should be careful, think twice. We, I'm sure, have some people from the United States. We have people who've got kids or relatives who work at Google, ChatGPT and other places. All those models provided a unanimous yes. Now ask them how, on what basis? No answers. So going forward, we have to look at the tools that are there. Search engines the world over. Russia has own search engines. China has its own search engines. The United States has multiple search engines which are their own. They all carry biases. YouTube, for example, openly says 70% of the content you watch is recommended by YouTube itself. Why? Because attention is the focus. They want to make money. They want to maximize the amount of money that they can make. So we have to be very careful on fake news, and we have to look at what are our own weaknesses which are being exploited by the algorithms of today. And at the same time, we have to know what are the weaknesses of our adversaries that we can exploit using the same algorithms of today. It's a double-edged sword. So, to conclude, I would just say, disruptions continue, but the latest disruption that we need to work on is cognitive. Your mind is a battlefield. And that is where the focus of future wars shall happen. We should get prepared and strengthen ourselves to be able to decipher and differentiate between fake news and truth, because AI can't. And as many seniors have said before, check, cross-check, double-check, recheck. I'm sure every general has his own algorithm of how many checks they need to do. I can see the DGMO Saab smiling out there. So please check and continue checking before we can do a complete checkmate to our adversary. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. Now, can I invite Professor Austin to give us his thoughts? Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organisers. So, unconsciously, but I'm very grateful for it, Arvind gave me a perfect cue to open my very brief remarks, and that is his mention of human capital as India's major strategic advantage compared to China and the United States. The talent pool and human capital. And so what I'd like to talk about this afternoon is briefly remind us that alongside all the discussion we've had of technology, if we're thinking about battlefield equalisers, the theme of this session, well, people have a pretty big part to play in adapting the technology to make battlefield equalisers. Not just the people themselves and their individual training, but how they're organised. And having studied Australian cyber policy for quite a while, and Australian cyber warfare policy, and a number of other countries as well, what trails behind the technology is the reorganisation of the people and the training of the people. And so a little test you can conduct for yourselves is to ask, well, if in the last 5 to 10 years we've seen all of this technological change, what changes have been made in the structure of the army? What new corps exist? What new specialisations exist? Same for the Air Force and the Navy. What's the relationship between job specifications in civilian parts of the defence establishment and military parts of the establishment? I'd like to just mention a very interesting case from the United States Air Force, which illustrates this point a little. I won't go into the full detail because it's a little bit complex, but in 2010, the Government Accounting Office of the United States conducted a study on the manning or the provision of crews for unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, and they recommended that the Air Force double the allocation of personnel, double the allocation of pilots to each of their drones. So if you think back to 2010, we weren't in the situation where we had tens of thousands of drones on the battlefield being operated by amateur pilots. But back in the day, the United States Air Force was using highly trained people to pilot their very expensive aerial drones. And what the Government Accounting Office found was that the Air Force had not only underestimated the impact on personnel policy of using drones in the way that they were, but they had not accounted for the impact on the personal lives of the drone pilots. So the Government Accounting Office suggested the Air Force double their allocation from 10 persons per drone, 10 pilots per drone, to 20 pilots per drone. I can't talk to you about how that might have changed in the decade since, 15 years since, as we've moved now to mass employment of drones in numbers of thousands, not just 5 or 10. I'd like to relate that then to the question of cyber targeters. So, in my view, the job allocation of cyber targeter is the most important job in military cyber operations. And I draw some evidence for that from the fact that the Central Intelligence Agency advertises openly for cyber targeters and gives a description of what a cyber targeter is. And the cyber targeter is the person who is charged with knowing everything there is to know about the enemy's cyber systems, potentially a part of it, so they operate as a team. So the question is, how many people are there in the Australian Armed Forces, for example, who have the designation cyber targeters? How many are there in the Indian Armed Forces who have this specific designation? Or are many armed forces around the world operating on the proposition that let's just take someone trained in cybersecurity and get them to do some work on cyber targeting? Which will we attack? How will we attack them? How often will we attack them? Who will assess the battle damage of a cyber attack? So the cyber targeters, especially as described by the Central Intelligence Agency, must be almost superhuman people in terms of their knowledge and expertise of how to attack and defend systems. And not only that, but what's the relationship between the systems they want to attack and the vulnerabilities of the enemy, whether it's a political vulnerability, economic vulnerability, or a military vulnerability. So I sort of bet hands down, really, that cyber targeters have not become the dominant element in most countries' armed forces. In the Australian Air Force, for example, they don't have the specialisation of cyber targeter in the same way that the Central Intelligence Agency does. They assigned cyber targeting to a generalist cyber operations officer. So, having just put those points on the table, a third element of battlefield success, I think in the modern era, is counterintelligence. And in my experience in the Australian Defence Department for many years, I always felt that intelligence was a highly undervalued commodity amongst my military colleagues. But what I see in the study of cyber operations in the modern world, especially in the case of Russia's failures against Ukraine, is that counterintelligence is highly undervalued. So if our modern armed forces have to have a large number of cyber targeters, they probably have to have a larger number of counterintelligence officers than they had 10 or 20 years ago. The Russian effort in Ukraine in cyberspace, in my view, failed because of Russian failures in counterintelligence. And I've read an article by a Russian officer commenting on the Russian failure to capture Kiev. And he said the Americans knew in advance everything we were going to do and what we were going to do. So it's a clear failure of counterintelligence. Let me change tack a little bit, but to build on the personnel theme, to talk about the question of resilience. Resilience can be a military concept. It is important in the conduct of warfare, but it is primarily a civilian responsibility, because resilience at a national level is about economic resilience, resilience of the community, resilience of the civil communications infrastructure, and so on. And what we saw as a lesson of the Ukraine war, or the Russia-Ukraine war, recognised by many states in Europe and elsewhere, is that resilience was provided for Ukraine as an entire country by clever Ukrainians trained in cyber warfare, but largely by foreign governments and foreign corporations. Resilience did not exist for Ukraine without the large US multinational cyber corporations and without foreign government assistance. And to provide a small corrective or perhaps a commentary on some of the conversations we've had so far, it's not possible in the modern world to conceive of self-reliance in resilience. Resilience in cyberspace today depends on, whether you want to admit it or not, your own ICT corporations, but it depends on what foreign corporations also know. So what little pocket of information is possessed by this or that foreign corporation. So that's one aspect, I think, of resilience I'd like to put on the table. But I'll finish off with a broader proposition of the relationship between cybersecurity and resilience. So there's a sort of general understanding in some countries, especially in Australia, for example, that if you have good cybersecurity, you've got pretty good resilience in cyberspace. But there's a really good article written by a number of Ukrainians and a few American military officers which basically scotch that argument and say that cybersecurity is not resilience. Well, I would agree with that totally. So we've done a paper recently where we talked about the relationship between three things: cybersecurity, resilience, and preparedness. And preparedness is the responsibility of the civilian government working with all agencies to draft plans for national readiness and resilience in crisis. So think back perhaps to COVID, but the agency, for example, in Australia that would do that would be the National Security Committee of Cabinet, and I guess in India, similar organisational structure. But resilience does not happen without a plan. Resilience is an outcome of how good your preparedness plan is. So some governments are writing preparedness plans. Some are doing it better than others. And I can say in respect of Australia that we're not really very high up the food chain when it comes to developing those preparedness plans. We're improving our performance. But just recently, under the influence of a review of the COVID epidemic, the Australian government decided to add a new category of extreme cyber emergency called nationally catastrophic. So in developing its preparedness plans on which national resilience depends, the Australian government has just developed a whole new category called nationally catastrophic. Some of us have been advising the government to do that for about 10 years, and they finally sort of arrived at that point. But in announcing their commitment to nationally catastrophic cyber emergency, where telecommunications go down, banking services go down, transport goes down, and health, as a result of multi-vector, multi-wave cyber attacks, then this is what we're talking about in terms of national cyber emergency. So, in conclusion, I think there's some important personnel issues, personnel quality issues, and personnel organisations, not to mention conceptual issues around how we tie national resilience and national preparedness to the technologies that we've been talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Austin, giving us some areas of working on ICT cooperation also. Can I now invite Dr. Jay to talk about his perspective on this?
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Namaskar. Very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me to Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025, one of the premier the international security platform hosted and organized by the Indian Army and close. I don't have enough expertise in security and the military technology as well as AI because I'm the economist who has quite long the studies India, Korea, the corporations, especially mainly the economic corporations. And my Kiev Delhi office is established 3 years ago, is the third overseas office following the Washington, D.C. in America and Beijing in China. Why India at this moment? Because India is already a member of the G3. So therefore, I would like to share the thought on how defense industry corporations has progressed in Korea and India relations, and what kind of opportunities and challenges lie ahead for our futures. Okay. So if we go back to the past, the 1950s, Korean Wars, India dispatched the 60 parafield ambulance unit to Korea. After the ceasefires, India sent General Piyama and the Custodian Force of India to Korea. In February 1954, India brought 88 prisoners of war who chose neither South nor North Korea to Madras, today Chennai. This episode marked the beginning of the Korean diaspora in India, which celebrated its 70th anniversary last year. And in 1973, the diplomatic tie was established. And also in the 1970s, the Koreans imported human hair from India, processed into wig, and exported them. At that time, wig were one of the Korea's top 3 export items, along with Bollywood and the textiles. In 1980s, the Korean offshore the drilling equipment and ships exported to the operated in Mumbai Sea and contributed in India's energy, petrochemical, and maritime transport sectors. Among these were the 3 Scandia-class petrol vessels built unarmed by Tacoma, at that time state-run shipbuilding company, now the HD Hyundai Industries, and delivered to India in 1989. As far as I know, these 3 maritime petrol vessels to still be in operations. In 1990s, as the India opened its market with reforms, Daewoo, LG, Hyundai, Samsung, the other Korean firms, the first to start invest to India. In occasion of 24, the President Roh Moo-hyun state visit, corporations expanded beyond the trade and investment to science and technologies, education, and culture. Since then, 2010, the Korea-India CEPA, a comprehensive economic partnership like FTA, the took in force. The ties were upgraded from a comprehensive cooperative partnership to strategic partnership, and from this time, security and defense cooperations began. In 2015 summit, the 2 sides signed agreement on the protection of the classified military information. In 2015, the Prime Minister Modi ji visited Korea. The relations were elevated to the special strategic partnership. The agenda broadened to shipbuilding, startup, smart cities, as well as defense, digital and cybersecurity, and maritime security. and two sides agreed to make active use of the Korea's grant and ODA resources and experiences. In 2017, India's Ministry Defense and Korea's DAPA, Defense Acquisition Program Administrations, signed the first ever intergovernmental MOU on the defense industry cooperations in shipbuilding. With this an opportunity project, fleet sport ships and the mine countermeasure vessels were pursued, but ultimately fell through. However, at this same year, the Hanwha Techwin and LG L&T successfully signed the first contract of the 100 guns K9 Hoytzler-Basra. When the President Moon Jae-in state visit in 2015, the joint vision statement include military exchange and training, R&D, and defense industry cooperations. And in 2019, the two navies agreed on the mutual logistics ports, and the two governments signed roadmap for defense industry cooperations. The post-COVID-19, the defense industries cooperations had continuously discussed in multilateral summits. There were no concrete results until April this year, when the two sides conclude a contract of an additional 100 guns K9 Basra. This series of the event present both opportunity and challenges for us. The first, the additional K100 guns K9 Basra contract is the most successful model so far and a springboard for more wins. The first batch of the 100 guns were delivered ahead of the schedules and are deployed smoothly. The second batch aims to raise the localization ratio from the 50% to 60% in India and is expected to create over the 900,000, 9 lakhs man days of the employment over the 4 years. The additional opportunities factor is that the institutional-based deeper cooperation is already in place. I already mentioned the intergovernmental MOU on defense industry cooperation in shipbuilding. In 2017, joint vision statement for military exchange training and R&D and defense industry cooperations. 2018, the defense industry cooperation roadmap. 2019, and 2024, the Korea-US-India trilateral dialogue on critical and emerging technology (ICT), and the cyber dialogue the same year. These all frameworks widen the runway for the cooperation in defense, science, cyber, AI, and the space. Now, what we need is action. The first is necessary to closely analyze the past failed cooperative projects, such as the cancellation of the contract of the minesweepers and the logistics support vessels, and cancellation of the K3 BHO combat contract in 2020, and the failure of the 23 submarine contract. By addressing these issues through this process, the bilateral defense industry cooperate will accelerate. Another things we need to overcome is the differences in the structure and the philosophy of two countries' defense industries. In Korea, defense production is private sector-led, mainly large industrial groups, while the DAPA, Defense Acquisition Program administrations, handle the procurement and exports. But in India, state-owned enterprise and the government play central roles in production, procurement, and export, with the private sector role is growing. Procurement philosophy The Korea mixes the domestic and imported system and uses competitions, but India prioritizes domestics and the local productions. So, unless the two government and the public bodies create a strong incentive for Korean private farms to produce locally in India, the speed of the corporations may be lag behind its potentials. So, we need to pay attention to the rapidly advancing the economic cooperations between Korea and the United States, especially in shipbuilding. While the trilateral cooperations between Korea, India, United States may be possible in the future, but if the shipbuilding, the companies continue to focus solely on the United States corporations, and expansions into India may actually slow down. I believe special measures are needed to focus Korean shipbuilding companies' attention more on India. And lastly, I would like to say the President Lee Jae-myung recently concluded the summit with the UAE, Egypt, and Turkey. These summits further fleshed out the various defense industry cooperation initiatives, including K-9 Howitzler, K-2 tank, and the KF-21 fighter jet. Though we need incentive to focus Korean defense companies' attention on India, the Korea-India defense industry cooperation need to be more concretized and accelerated through the bilateral summit as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jay. Thank you. As the moderator and the chair of this session, I've been told I have about 10 to 12 more minutes. I know this session and the excellent panelists are keeping you from lunch, but I would like the panelists to be asked a few questions or comments, if possible, and maybe that will be a sign that you have earned your lunch. So, can I request if there are questions from the audience, from the young scholars present here, and if you could please direct it as a question, identify yourself and direct it as a question. I will consolidate a few questions and then request the experts to comment on it. So I can see a question there. I can see a question from the lady there. So at least two questions. I have a few hands up. Yes, please, sir. You can ask a question. I'm going to note it down.
Jain sir, this is Colonel Ram Pratap Singh from Indian Army. I just want to make one point and one question, sir. The point which I want to make is the use of cognitive warfare. I think it already existed. If we talk of 3rd century BC, we are sitting in Chanakya defense dialogue, and as per Acharya Chanakya, the best form of warfare was the silent war. And as per him, the best war is one when you don't even raise a finger. And when he talks of silent war, it's the cognitive war. And for that, he has also, described the methodologies. He used the nuns and monks, which he called udashitas and bhikshuks, to move into the society because they can move into the society freely and influence the minds of the people by creating calamities, predicting calamities, and then creating it just to enforce the power of the king. When Yudhishthira says that Narova Kunjarova Astasthama Mara Gaya, it's also disruptive technology.
Sorry, Colonel, if you could ask your question also.
The question is, there are two important aspects of human beings, that is the emotion and the context. Can I replace this? Can the AI replace this? Because emotions are different each and every time as per the context. So that's my questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Question. Thank you very much. I have a question from the lady there. Can I first request her, please? I'm going to consolidate 3 or 4 questions and then summarize and ask my panelists to comment.
Good afternoon,
please, go
everyone. My name is Sohani Sharma, and I was part of the Indian Army internship program where I got to work on content and AI with Southern Command headquarters. So my question is, modern conflict is, increasingly fought in the cognitive domain now. So how can India build a psychological immunity or awareness during peacetime against such AI-enabled influence operations?
Brilliant.
And should we be institutionalizing cognitive defense like a national doctrine? Thank you.
Brilliant question. Thank you. One more question, at least from.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Jain sir, I'm quoting from the panel from yesterday and now tomorrow. So everyone talking about the civil military fusion. And sir, Sir Anshuman sir have always talked about to check that the journalists have a check to the realities and AI. Even they have been their mock videos on the internet and regulated. So as a common person, how can we check the videos are real or AI generated? That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any last question? Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Let me summarize the three questions for my panelists. I will, Anshuman, ask you to please comment on two things. Preparedness as a nation, as a society for a reality which is not real, which is psychological warfare, and how do we prepare for that in when we are not in an operation situation. And that is, I think, the question Sohani asked. And also related to that, if you can comment, and then I'll come to you, Professor Austin, for one comment. And then Dr. J, on this emotive and empathy aspect of AI. So just very brief, two responses on this.
So thank you. First of all, thank you for the questions. That shows that you were listening. On the cognitive warfare is going on from time immemorial, but now we've got new tools. Social media is one of the main things right now that we have to be mature in handling and not let social media handle you. Right now, in present context, the first phase of social media that we are now transitioning out of is where everything was available to you for free, where you were the guinea pig. So we have to be aware of how much of our information we are giving out to the world. Both Facebook and Google create a lot of information, catch a lot of information. And let me take this opportunity to tell you that Facebook, since the first click and the first like you did, and Google from the first search you did till now with the Android phone, knows everything about you. One of the ways, when you do a search, they track everything. One way to stop is to use a newer tool, which is a wrapper on Google called Start Page. If you go to Start Page, and you can look it up on the internet yourself also, when you ask a question, your question is answered by Google, but it does not allow Google to use your information in the near future. So we have a lot that we can do from social media, works on our weaknesses. There are about 200 plus weaknesses social media has figured out about us and machine learning algorithms are using, of which 3 are the most primary. The 3 are confirmation bias, novelty bias, and negative bias. And I will not name any politician, anyone, but many politicians, especially in opposition, when they need to prove irrationality, make use of these 3 biases. So we have to be aware.
Thank you, Anshuman. And if I can add, one of the questions that Kanan Ram asked, AI is now developing, and when we go to the next generation, which is the artificial general intelligence, it's going to be, it can imitate emotions, means it can replicate emotions, it can show a lot of empathy. In fact, recently our research shows that AI actually becomes more empathetic when it comes to things like counseling, health. AI bot, which is doing a health, feedback, actually shows more empathy than a doctor, a human doctor, because he or she is more busy. So they need to actually move to the next patient, whereas AI has all the time. There are multiple versions of that bot talking to multiple people. So we are coming to an era where reality and AI and human nature is all going to be a blur. and I can say that. Professor Austin, I'm going to come to you.
Can I just add
I'll
one
come-
point?
Yes,
One
please.
point. One point. It has been seen in research from MIT Media Labs and all that fake news runs and spreads an order of magnitude faster than truth and facts. So it is 70% more likely that you will retweet or you will forward it, and it's about 20 times faster to reach, levels of 10 for retweets. So when this velocity of the spread is so high, many of these social media platforms are very well aware of what is fact and what is fiction. They make money out of it, so they do not give you the differentiation. But if you say, do we always need a fact checker? Yes, we do. But the platform on which that news is spreading knows exactly what is fact and what is fiction. Thanks.
So I always add that, and I'm going to make that comment, and I'm going to ask you, Professor Austin, for a comment on this. In the world of technology, where I lived in Silicon Valley for many years, I can tell you there is nothing called a free product. Whenever the product is free, you are the product. And I think you keep that, Sohani, you asked that question, keep that doctrine in mind and make it more popular. Whenever the product is free, you are the product. And that's what Anshuman also said. Professor Austin, a quick question to you and then to you, Dr. J. How are societies that you study, of course, Australia, from you being from there, reacting to this new world of convergence in social media and not really knowing the reality, especially when there is a COVID catastrophe happening, any other situation happening? You have, is information really becoming hostage to who has more likes and retweets?
Yeah, thanks, Arvind. So my answer to that was partly an answer to the young lady's question about how you have national immunity against information operations. It's particularly notable that even though the Australian government and specialists have been talking for 10 years or more about information attacks on Australia and cognitive warfare, we have no single agency which has the mission to defeat information operations against Australia, except by taking down cyber operations in foreign countries. But we have no agency which actively combats foreign disinformation in the public domain. And many other countries are like that. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. J, you talked about the India-Korea cooperation. Of course, Samsung continues to be one of, to open its largest plants in India. Do you see cooperation progressing beyond certain military and this in the areas of AI and cybersecurity?
Sure, definitely. I already mentioned in my presentations the kind of the first corporations in the defense sector. Mostly in that time focus in the naval ship, the building corporations. But in that times, frankly, the result is not so good. But in that times, the both Korea and India, the both sides don't know well. For example, as for the Korean, the big the shipbuilders, they do not know the Indians, the military system, military procurement systems, and also India side also ask too much the burdens to the private sectors, like too much the localizations, and also everything is unclear in that time. But at this moment, everything is better. The infrastructures in the India, the shipbuilding sector also, and the government, with the semiconductor and green hydrogen, also the shipbuilding sector, the financial and the policy structure framework is very strong and very transparent and very efficient, well designed. And also during the 10 years, long times, the cooperations is great. So I think everything is better, and definitely including AI, including the defense sectors, in Korea and India will be one of the best partners.
Thank you. I must tell you that there is no phone or instrument that we use that does not have a Korean component, by the way. And a lot of electronic manufacturing in India has a very trusted supply chain partner in Korea. And, India is still 96% Android, and the highest phone maker competing with Apple now is Samsung. With that, I do want to thank my panelists. I think the biggest message is that either in the business world, in the venture capital world, you used to stay either disrupt or get disrupted. But I think that now applies to national security, to our societal norms. We have to disrupt to keep ahead of this game. And this session talked all about that. So thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause for panelists, please.
Thank you very much. And with that, let me invite Vice Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Pushpendra Pal Singh, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate our eminent chair and our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending our deepest appreciation to the chair. Thank you, sir, for steering this conversation with the precision, depth, and candor that such a complex theme demands. Dr. Arvind Gupta, ladies and gentlemen, head and co-founder of Digital India Foundation. We thank our distinguished panelists. We start by thanking Shri Anshuman Tripathi, Member Empowered Committee on High-Tech Manufacturing and former NSAB member. Professor Greg Austins, Social Cyber Institute, Australia. Can we please adorn that gratitude with a round of applause? Thank you so much. And Dr. Cho Chung Jae, Director, Delhi Office, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, Specialist on Indo-Pacific Economic Security Convergence. Let's have a huge round of applause for our panelists for exceptionally rich and forward-leaning remarks. And I'd request you, sir, to give us a group photo opportunity, please, before you go. And ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch. I regret that we have only 35 minutes for lunch. We have to come back and reconvene in time. So let's take this 35 minutes lunch break and be back here at 2:45. Thank you very much. So 14:45 is when we reconvene in the auditorium. Please enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. 14:50, in fact, 35. a session at the heart of the global security conversation. And if day one showed us that the character of war is changing, this next address examines how that change is redefining conventional conflict itself. Please settle in. We've sounded the bell twice to indicate that we need to gather back. Please be seated. Thank you very much for joining us back in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting in a minute. Okay. So just a minute before we settle in. I guess I request you to settle in promptly. Just a minute and we will begin. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you can hear me in the atrium. If you can, please do join us for another compelling session, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we start with our next special address. And across the world, traditional battlefields are being reshaped by sensors, autonomy, cyber disruption, precision systems, satellite networks, and the competition for narrative dominance. And no modern military can view conventional war through the old frame. So we're in an era where technological asymmetry can overturn numerical strength, where data can become a weapon, and where the side that adapts fastest shapes escalation, deterrence, and outcomes. And we have a special address on the theme, Redefining Strategies, Conventional Wars Through the Prism of Technology. So, to help us understand, ladies and gentlemen, the looking at strategy not in isolation, but as composite interplay of hardware, software, intelligence, speed, and disruption, we have in our midst a very eminent, I'd say, speaker, expert. And ladies and gentlemen, he's one of the few voices that combine diplomatic depth, security insight, and technological awareness the way he does. So I'd like to request him to kindly grace the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let us welcome Ambassador Pankaj Saran, who has served as India's Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Affairs, Ambassador to Russia, High Commissioner to Bangladesh, and a key member of the PMO and NSCS ecosystem. A very warm welcome to you, sir. He has seen up close how states respond to technological shifts, how alliances realign, and how the conventional battlefield acquires new layers of complexity. Ladies and gentlemen, as the room settles, it is now my privilege to request Ambassador Pankaj Saran to kindly share his address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him to the podium. Would you like to take the podium, sir?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to the Director General of CLAWS, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, the Vice Chief of Army Staff, Admiral Karambir Singh, and so many other distinguished military, Navy, and Air Force officers, distinguished delegates, both from India and abroad. Let me first say that it's such a great honor to be participating in the Chanakya dialogue, which in a very short time has acquired a status of great repute. And this is a tribute not just to our armed forces, but also to their intellectual capacities and capabilities. And so it is something which all of us should be very proud of. I have no doubt that the topic which I am supposed to speak on has been discussed in many ways, threadbare since yesterday. So I'm not quite sure what additional information I might give you. Secondly, I'm also very aware of the fact that I'm speaking in front of military professionals, so I'm not going to try and talk to you about the areas that you know much better than I do, but just to share some thoughts with you based on my own experience in the government, as the Deputy NSA, as an ambassador, and as someone who's been in the system about how actually these things work, and some reflections on what we need to do to make our task and our objective easier, and what lessons we can learn from the last few decades of our independence, and can we do something different in the future rather than just repeat what we have already done. So with these words, let me go forward. You know, the role of technology in conventional warfare is a largely accepted reality. I don't think there's any need to discuss this, and needs no amplification. And in a sense, I would say this is an axiom that is as old as the evolution of mankind. In fact, as you know better than I, the history of warfare is synonymous with the development and the application of technology, starting from the invention of the gunpowder to the humble cannon. Now, it's worth noting that the salience of technology was visualized and seen very early on, but not as early as we would have liked. But in 2018, the National Security Council Secretariat underwent a thorough reform. And in one of those reform measures was to appoint and to create a technology wing or a technology section. And that importance given to technology as a pillar of national security by itself was reflective of a change of mind. And now, 7 years down the line, we realize that that was a good decision, and probably we need to scale it up. And even at that time, even as we created the idea of a technology input into national security, we were not as ambitious as we should have been. So therefore, the case can be easily made that that was the seed, and the tree has to grow much bigger and taller. Now, as you know, and I'm sure it has been discussed, technology is redefining warfare, and the focus is shifting from traditional platforms to network-centric operations, emphasizing the information dominance over firepower. And obviously, there are key advancements in technology like AI, drones, cyber. All of these are enabling new strategies, and some of these include faster decision-making, precision strikes, multi-domain operations. And so therefore, they necessitate a fundamental transformation in military thinking and making forces that can integrate emerging technologies and make them more agile and effective. In fact, the concept of contactless war has now become so common in our day-to-day discussions. And each of these, whether we look at artificial intelligence, or drones, or cyber, or connectivity and telecommunications, or even other emerging technologies, are rapidly changing the very basis of war. For example, the other takeaway from Operation Sindoor, which became so common among the layman, was this whole idea or the whole concept of beyond visual range weapons and platforms and systems. Till then, it was considered to be something which was in the preserve only of experts and professionals. But the thing about the future is that we know less about it than we should, but we know that the future is upon us. So rather than spending more time on what is the importance or what are the kinds of technologies that are going into warfare and how warfare is being transformed, let me just make a few of my own observations, which might help us to contextualize the technical parts of the discussion. Firstly, technology, whether we talk in warfare or we talk in our economic and civil lives, what is it doing today to us? Technology is making the world a flatter place in general, but this also applies to the battlefield. And so, the axiom is that whatever you can do, I can do better. So my first proposition to you is that watch the adversary, because the adversary will do whatever you're doing and will try and do it better than you're doing. So there is no compartmentalization of your own technology infusion into warfare without understanding and analyzing what your adversary, or not even your adversary, but even your competitor, is doing. So, your security, in a sense, comes not from what you have, but from what he has. So, never lose sight of the fact that he is also in the same race as you are, and he is also applying the same skills as you are. So then the question arises, what differentiates him from you? And how do you establish a lead over your adversary or your competitor? But many times in our drive to talk about technology, we lose sight of this very simple proposition that keep your eye where you need to. Watch him very, very closely. That's my first proposition. Second, on technology, more than before, integration, we talk about jointness, integration, etc. These have been talked about for decades. But when we come to technology, integration is even more critical than in the past. Our blind rush, and that's what probably we are in the midst of, this blind rush, an absolutist belief in technology as the key to military power, can lead to fragmentation and suboptimal capabilities. So I would like to emphasize this fact that while we are all struggling and rushing to meet targets, we sometimes lose sight of something which is even more important. And this is a lesson we learn not just from the military world, but also from the non-military world. Interoperability, fusion, net-centric, and cross-domain awareness are actually the key to successful use of technology. What I'm trying to suggest is that patchwork solutions are dangerous and, if not suboptimal, but they are actually dangerous. And we should not rush into this race without looking at what our partners, our other forces are doing. I mean, for example, one of the parallels which I think is relevant at this stage of where we are today is, for example, in the field of intelligence. The intelligence community passed through a phase of their evolution where they believed that the key to supremacy and to be able to establish, lead, and protect yourself was intelligence, yes, but it was technical intelligence, electronic intelligence. So we passed through that age. And maybe some countries are still passing through that age. But what is now being increasingly realized across the world, across all intelligence agencies, is that there is no substitute for human intelligence. And similarly, if we draw a parallel to the military, it is absolutely vital to supplement hard power and high technology with training, with reskilling, and reimagining warfighting. This, artificial intelligence is considered to be the panacea and the future. But let us be clear, artificial intelligence is not going to be the substitute for the human brain when we come to technology and its application. It will, at best, be an enabler. So we should not delude ourselves on the capacity and the potential of AI or on the redundancy of the human mind. And therefore, as I said, in my experience, it is not technology, but its application and usage that will make the difference and is the only way to ensure that there is a fundamental change in our thinking. So, application and usage is much more difficult than the task of acquisition of technology. And it becomes even more difficult when we try to shift the focus on how we decide to use a technology that is available. And here we come to this entire realm of reskilling, of training, and reimagining ourselves in terms of the doctrine. And the problem is that since this is a normative rather than a measurable and a quantitative process, it becomes difficult to implement and is less appealing to leaders at all levels. Whether you're an army general, whether you are a secretary in the defense ministry, whether you're a platoon commander, your easy task is to implement what can be measured. It is far more difficult to judge you, and it is far more difficult for you to motivate yourself to change the way the people below you are thinking and the way people below you are imagining themselves as part of this whole bigger machinery. And so, it may be a truism to say, but it's worth saying that your technology will, at the end of the day, be only as good as the skill of the last man on the battlefield. So unless you don't skill, I'm afraid even the best technology is not going to be good enough to serve your military aims and national objectives. My third point, own your technology. Those who rely on imported technology are condemned to remain second-class powers. We should have no illusions about it, because the lessons of the world are there for all of us to see, and we have to ask ourselves the question, why is it that out of 193 countries in the world, there are not more than 10 countries which are defense manufacturers of some repute? What is it in these 10 odd countries that the rest of humanity does not possess? How did they come to acquire this technological edge, firstly? Secondly, how do they maintain that technological edge? And thirdly, how do they constantly evolve themselves so as not to get set back in this technological race? And why is it that there is such a powerful correlation between the possession of technology and the quality of the technology that you have with comprehensive national power? It'll be difficult for us to find an example of a strong state or an impactful state which does not possess its own technology. And so since we are in many ways at the beginning of a technological era in India, we have to accept and we have to recognize this reality. And so how do you do that? The development of indigenous technology is purely, at the end of the day, forget the money, but at the end of the day, the development of technology or indigenous technology is purely a function of how much a society spends, or an economy spends, or an organization spends on research and development. If you do not do R&D, you will not have technology. So there are no shortcuts to technology, unfortunately. All the pathways to technological supremacy and technological excellence lie through the hard work of R&D. And in this context, I should be frank enough and say I've heard many complaints from the Indian private industry that although the armed forces profess and are actually committed to promoting indigenous industry, particularly in the private sector, the nature of the contracts and the drafting of the contracts are such that they insist on short delivery periods, which sometimes can be completely unrealistic. And the result of it is, since the private industry has to survive, make profit and make money, because that is the nature of private industry, they are not, philanthropic organizations, they are left with no choice but to take shortcuts. And in other words, there is no premium for R&D as far as they are concerned, and the shortcuts simply land up by giving you screwdriver technology. They import from here, do a little value addition of the minimum nature, and sell it back to you within the time frame you have asked for. So this process of R&D and technology and arming ourselves is a two-way interactive process. And we have to talk to each other to understand each other's compulsions and problems. Because without that, one side or the other, whether it is the consumer or the supplier, is going to be dissatisfied. So when we look at the examples of these 10-odd countries, we should also study what were the processes and the arrangements which have enabled them to reach where they are. And so the development of indigenous technology is expensive. I'm afraid it is very expensive. Because, no one is going to give you technology. When you cross the Rubicon as India, from being a technology importer to a technology possessor, and then tomorrow, inevitably, a technology exporter, you will also be on the same side of the technology line. Because once you have developed your technology, you're not going to part with it very easily. So today, we may be demanders of technology, but we are fooling ourselves if you think that there is something called altruism in this harsh world we live in. Not even your best friend is going to empower you with the kind of technology which may threaten his own business or his market or his environment. So it is expensive because, of course, there are shortcuts. I mean, we've spent the last 5 decades importing equipment and technologies worth tens or more of billions of dollars. So if you just imagine and ask yourself, how many jobs have actually the Indian taxpayer created in the last 40 years outside India? The figures are mind-boggling. But if you want to do it all yourself, it's a tough choice, but it's a choice which you have to make, and I think the current leadership in India has made that choice. It's also time-consuming. But there is a transition period when you had zero and you're trying to move to something positive. It's not going to happen in a hurry. But there is this whole question of success and failure. You will not get it right the first time. So these are the elements of, and these are the downsides of developing indigenous technology. So I would say in this forum, if we have to have an honest debate, what I would place before you is that we should step aside from sloganeering and buzzwords and get down to the hard business of transforming our knowledge to an true operational reality. And just by saying that we believe in technology will not make us a technology power. That, unfortunately, is the real truth. And I hope that as we go forward, conferences and debates and discussions like this will help in bringing together the different stakeholders, firstly, and secondly, will enable our younger officers, whether in the military or in the civil bureaucracy or in the private sector, to engage in a paradigm shift in the way they see technology. So it's not going to come out of catalogs and fancy books, but we really have to transform. And in one sense, time is not on our side, because as all of you know better than I do, technology is racing ahead. It is a challenge not just to keep pace with the technology, but our job is to be ahead of the technology. So the warfare of tomorrow has unforeseen and unimaginable dimensions. But I believe, given India's vast human resources and ingenuity and innovation, if there is any country in the world that holds promise, it is us. And I have no doubt that we will be able to keep ahead of our adversaries and our competitors if we put our minds to it, and if we treat everyone as an equal partner in this venture. There is no stakeholder who is less or inferior to another stakeholder. The idea of partnership and respect and belief in credibility and good intent at the end of the day is the only ecosystem that you need. So all of this, once it is internalized, can manifest itself in producing the right procedures, the right books, the right rules. But if we don't do that, I am afraid we will again be wasting time and doing disservice to the nation. So these are just a few observations which I wanted to place before you. Once again, thank you so much for the honor and the opportunity to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Saran. I request you to please stay with us on stage as I invite the Vice Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Pushpendra Pal Singh, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate Ambassador Pankaj Saran for that wonderful, incisive, courageous, and deeply clarifying address, I have to say. You reminded us, sir, that genuine progress demands honest debate, not comfort and buzzwords, that every stakeholder must shift their mindset if India is to truly transform. And your insights on why the 10 technological powers lead the world, relentless R&D, strong processes, and zero shortcuts provide us a benchmark without illusions. So thank you very much. And you underline that technology means nothing without skilled people and accountable systems. And your call for India to own its technology through sustained investment, smarter contracts, and meaningful partnerships comes with a powerful warning: time is not on our side. Your clarity has elevated this dialogue and given us direction with urgency and purpose. We are so grateful to you, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on to our discussions now. So we've got a panel session, and we arrive at session 5, which is themed Raksha Vivartan, transforming into an integrated, agile, and modern force.
For millennia, India has stood as a cradle of civilization, a sacred land where wisdom flowed like rivers and values shaped the very soul of humanity. Forged through sacrifice, tested by countless challenges, India did not break. It rose stronger, steadier, forever ready to protect peace, no matter the cost. Today, India stands at the forefront of a new era, a rising power in innovation, in space, in technology, in defense self-reliance. a nation shaping global discourse, securing stability in an uncertain world. As we march towards 2047, the centenary of independence, India imagines a future defined by strength, by security, by unshakable strategic sovereignty, a Viksit Bharat, globally respected, technologically dominant, prepared for every challenge of tomorrow, rooted in timeless legacy, powered by the resolve of 1.4 billion hearts. Bharat is ready.
So modern conflict demands forces that think and operate as one. Raksha Vivartan is the shift towards integrated, agile, multi-domain readiness where operational speed, joint command, and information dominance decide outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to first welcome and invite our chair for this session 5, Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. Param Vishish Seva Medal, Yuddha Seva Medal, Sena Medal, member UPSC, former General Officer Commander-in-Chief, Army Training Command. Very warm welcome to you, sir. And he's a visionary of military education, innovation, and civil-military integration. May I now take the privilege of inviting our esteemed panelist, Dr. Ataullah Ahmad Rashid, Head CSSS, Maldives National University. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He's an expert on small state maritime security, and today he would be speaking on resilient security perspectives from island nations. And next, I'd like to request, ladies and gentlemen, our eminent panelists, Admiral Karambir Singh, former Chief of the Naval Staff, a strategic leader in Joint Maritime Doctrine and Naval Aviation. Warm welcome to you, sir. Namaskar. Today he would be speaking on operational and organizational agility, enhancing jointness through adaptive structures. And may I now take the privilege of inviting Dr. Sanjana Hatatuva. Let's welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, ICT for Peace Foundation, a specialist on disinformation, influence operations, and social media as strategic terrain. And today he would be speaking on social media on strategic territory, capturing attention to control reality. So ladies and gentlemen, that is our very stellar panel. I'm now going to request Lieutenant General Shukla, our chair, to please take over. Sir.
Okay, so friends, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. So this session is on Raksha Vivartan. So I had to look up the dictionary to see what it means. It's transformation. But so we're going to actually talk of transformation, Vivartan. And this Vivartan from these service-centered silos, wedded to the traditional domains. Now there's been some improvement on that, but that's largely the paradigm. To this integrated, fused, agile, lethal military that is equally proficient in the multiple emerging domains. So that's what we are going to take stock of. Where are we in this transition? And to dissect the opportunities, challenges, and possible pathways. So while there are challenges, there are great opportunities, and there are very evident pathways. We have a very versatile panel, a very respected, may I say, former Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Karambir Singh, who we are deeply honored and privileged to have you in our midst, sir. We also have two great friends of India, Dr. Ataullah Ahmad Rashid, he's a former diplomat, head of the Center for Security and Strategic Studies at the Maldives University, and Dr. Sanjana Hatatuva, who's a specialist on social media strategic communications. Now, each of us will make our opening remarks, strictly not to exceed 7 minutes. I've been warned 7 times by General Dushyant Singh not to do so. And so all those with presentations and all, please, 7 minutes. And we will thereafter continue the conversation thereafter with a couple of questions, and finally open up to the most exciting phase, which is the Q&A with the audience. Now, as part of my opening remarks, as mandated, I wish to make a point each with regard to two things. The drivers in integration, what are the global metrics, what's happening all over the world, and where are we, and the trends in defense modernization. And these have been the precise cues given to me as the moderator, so I will just stick to the mandate. So when it comes to this whole business of integration and all, where are we? I mean, having been watching this space for a while and having done some research over the last week, I see that there is an inexorable surge towards greater fusion, integration, agility, and fleet-footedness in combat. So anybody who's thinking of any excuses not to move in the Indian context, I'm afraid there's no global evidence. And I'll just tell you how it's getting better and better. In fact, what is happening, those who do not integrate and fuse face obsolescence. You'll just see. So let's see, in both Rising Lion and Midnight Hammer, we saw the marriage of piloted air power with young technology geeks. You study all the stuff that has come out later. Those brilliant strikes would not have happened without all the space, cyber, EW capacities created by those young geeks. This is beyond integration. It is absolute fusion. And it is not just theory. You see how EW was used, to target the capacities which are now dispersed across terrestrial networks, airborne platforms, LEO all the way to GEO. So there are weaknesses and strengths all along. And that is exactly what was targeted. Some of it, I presume, I'm no longer an insider, would have been the case in Sindoor. This is actually happening. And so we have to really see, look at this in a very fair manner. We are seeing aggressive orbital warfare, and that is why I keep arguing for Space Command. It has gone beyond war fighting. It is the lead command, repositioning of satellites before the strike on Fordo and Natanz, in the build-up to Rising Lion. Agile weapon engineering for precision strikes. And in all this stuff, weapon engineering, precision strikes, there was not a single serviceman. They are all technologists from here and there. Look at how space is opening up. Today, LEO, this massive proliferation in LEO, 42,000 satellites by Musk, 14,000 by the Chinese, attritable, cheap, signals difficult to jam. They are offering an entirely new set of military capacities. And GEO, satellites that hover at that height, one satellite covers 1/3 of the Earth, so 3 satellites cover the entire globe. What it does to revisit times and surveillance swaths. And the brilliant thing is that LEO and GEO not only offer national security attributes, but they are a business layer in themselves. You just go back and watch. There is a Air Force and Space Association. Recently, a seminar was had, I think, 1 month back. I couldn't believe my eyes. There are 7 panels on EW, 7 panels on cyber, and each is gripping. So the point really is there today, militaries have got dedicated satellites for EW, dedicated satellites for SDR. We talk in the army parlance of high ground. I mean, space is the new high ground. If you are not present in space, you are not going to win the next battle. But if you integrate and fuse in terms of technologies, domains, capacities, and networks, you will get air dominance in 3.5 days. That's what's happened. If you get this whole piece right of integration, fusion, agility, you will get air dominance, perhaps victory in 3.5 days. And if you don't move down the path of integration, fusion, as a very formidable military, but it refused to move down this path, the Russian military, keeps strengthening silos, reinforcing tribalism, postponing reform, air superiority will elude you for 3.5 years. This is the best evidence of what you get by fusing and by not doing it. And in doing so, you will have to settle for attrition. So trench warfare on the ground, aerial attrition warfare 100 meters above the ground. That's what's happening in Ukraine. And you are losing 1.5 million men on the battlefield. This is what happens. One model you embrace agility, fusion, integration, and the other you don't. And now the important thing is this, that the pathways to break out of this attrition impasse, once again, were in the realm of integration, fusion, agility. First demonstrated by Ukraine, and then followed by Russia. So I can't make a stronger case. And see now today, while we are talking of drones, drones are just an instrument. Look at what has happened. New lethal frontiers, bedrocked, and now this is beyond technology, on innovation, fusion, autonomy, has been created. And what are the lethal frontiers? Along that whole space of 300 kilometers, any intrusion by drones is picked up in minutes and responded to. Artillery has been pushed back 30 kilometers, so it is out of range. I mean, when people say that change is not happening, phenomenal change is happening in Ukraine. It is setting new benchmarks in innovation and technology. And as I said, times without number, in consequence, artillery is challenged. Tanks don't move. There are new vistas being created in close air support to strategic air power, 25 kilometers to 3,000 kilometers. I mean, that's phenomenal. And I just left the armed forces in 2022. We had just begun to see wedding drones. And look what's happening in consequence. Here I'm now quoting General Dave Petraeus. He says combined arms warfare was once about infantry, artillery, engineers coming together. Today it is 4 soldiers in a golf cart, because tanks, if they move, they are taken off in 3 minutes, with surveillance drones above to protect them, and strike drones to your ear to hit. Now, this is not drones. All this would not have happened without AI, edge computing, robotics, so on and so forth. But the issue is this, that anybody who says that lethality, fusion, this is no consequence and we can do it in slow ways, I'm afraid it's not right. This whole digital targeting web which has been created by J-stars, by people of the talent of Alex Karp, in terms of sensing capacities, response in minutes, it has got digital foundations on secure cloud, all the way to AI. Interoperabilities by default. Look at the whole problem amongst us. Air Force, Navy, don't talk. Why? Because of over-specifications. They are putting an end to this. Simple architecture. Open software. The default option of the military is closed software. We are grossly wrong. And this is happening because specialists are being brought in from outside. Let me ask you this. Who are the generals in Ukraine? We haven't heard of them. World War II, Patton, Montgomery, 71, Manekshaw, 65, Harbaksh. The generals that refuse to integrate, fuse, and reform have been rendered obsolete. Generalship has become faceless. And who are the new generals? The ones who integrated and reformed: Elon Musk, Palmer Luckey, Alex Karp. That's the fact of life in Ukraine. So the point I'm making is that technology and innovation are the new and more effective tools of integration and fusions. If you don't act, you will be rendered obsolescent. So the point in India is not about creating theater commands. Aapka vajood hi khatre mein hai. If you don't do this kind of stuff, you will be set aside. And I'll give you more examples. Now, the second point about defense modernization. We are witnessing new leaps of faith across nations, continents, and the design architectures of military-industrial complexes. So many examples, but let's get to the latest. The British Strategic Defense Review 2025, 2 months back, exemplifies the trends manifestly. What is the core organizing strategic principle in defense modernization? It is tempo dominance, a new maxim that the side which learns, adapts, innovates, and procures the fastest wins. You can't have these 15-year timelines. And see what they are doing. Old procurement manuals have been thrown out of the window. This GSQR, AON, and all that nonsense, been thrown out of the window. Anything which is baked in grueling process has been put to one side. New innovation guidelines that prioritize outcomes. This is music to my ears. We were always told process. Outcomes, and it is written there in black and white. This is the first defense review not done by a soldier, not done by a civil servant, because they failed to do it in 6 defense reviews in the past. These are by innovationists, people from the private sector, so on and so forth. In recognition of the new realities, that the battlefield is no longer just kinetic, it is cognitive, it is autonomous, with mind-boggling advances in AI, quantum, robotics, and biotech at dizzying speed. So it's not something of the future. It's happened in Ukraine. And look at this. This is from the SDR. The locus of defense innovation is shifting from well-established prime contractors to agile startups. In our case, if we give these startups orders, if you give them orders, business will flow. Innovation will intensify. What are we doing? Precisely the wrong thing. We are trapping startups in regulation. We really have to look at these things. What is the evidence? The AI in Tesla is better than the most advanced fighter aircraft in the American inventory. The computer vision in Snapchat is better than most American military sensors. And autonomy in Roomba is far better than most American weapon systems in America. So there is an acknowledgement, DARPA is not working, Boeing, Lockheed are failing, startups are the new reality. Now, whether we want to recognize or not, different matter. What has the Britain done in this review? They have said that to fix the military-industrial complex, they have entrusted the transformation to a private sector executive, Rupert Pierce, with years of working in Marsat, He's been designated as the Director, National Armaments. Basically, his mandate is to fix the military-industrial complex and its relationship with the private sector and startups. It's like getting Mr. Kalyani to fix military-industrial complex in India. What does this do? The generals were threatened there. What is this? Whom is this threatening directly? Secretary of Defense Production. No comment on the person manning it, but the system. If we do not let go of regulation, this is going to happen. And it's happening elsewhere. His mandate is to fix the relationship with the private sector, deliver the national defense arsenal in time, and reorient the military-industrial complex to a war economy. Now, this was the absolute news to me. They are saying that the jobs lie in creating instruments of long-range strike, in creating ammunition pipelines. So now they are saying defense is productive. These are the arguments there. Look at this business of Debt 201, the American example, they've gotten Alex Karp and all these chaps, Andrew Boswell and all, to drive innovation there. So what did they do? The first task they were given was to pick the fluff in the American defense budget. They take a Black Hawk helicopter, take a fin of that helicopter, and they're surprised because there are people in that field, they know it. They are told it costs $144,000. So they use their own technological gravitas, they reverse engineer the product, 3D print it, and validate it in 41 days. What is the cost? $3,000. This is when you encourage innovation. And you go to the regulation mode now. What does our DGQA do? A 3-star whose only job is to regulate. A wonderful job. Every day put 4 objections. And once again, no comment on the person. This is a system we've encouraged. If you get innovation, see what will happen to regulation. Regulation is easy. Innovation is difficult. So these are signs of the changing paradigms. We must smell the coffee, bake the change. And just 2 more minutes I'll take. I hope I haven't exceeded 7. The incentive and reward structure for the bureaucrats is this. They have been told that you will be judged not on the metrics of financial prudence, but lethality, speed, time frames of delivery. It's going to go into their APRs, both the Americans and the Brits. And what have they been told? Major combat platforms, 5 years. Here we have AMCA, 15 years. The argument is if you don't produce these platforms in 4, you will not produce them in 15. Modular structures, 1 year. And hear this, AI and software, 3 months. Is it not the reality? Here, from a time a chap is made startup champion in whatever IDEX, contract takes 2 years. AI has changed 40 times. And the other thing is that this is to encourage risk appetite of procurement bureaucracies and executives. I mean, tell them that if you have to produce it in 3 years, improve your risk appetite. Or please make way for somebody else. Now, if this is L1 thrown out of the window. Now, if these are the things happening, the new lexicon, it is in the document that process is the enemy of war-winning lethality. That explains the move from Department of Defense to Department of War. It's not about warmongering. It is about doing all these things. OTA being normalized. And look at these last 2 things and I'll finish. 10% compulsory ring fencing in the budget for technologies of multiple emerging domains. You have to spend on it, not revenue capital. What you spend on. 10%, what Ambassador Saran was saying, ring-fenced for R&D under the CDS, not the DRDO. That you will drive this R&D. Anusandhan Fund, if I'm not mistaken, 1 lakh crore. Somebody was telling me yesterday, Ministry of Defense has no stake. Not one additional secretary in that. Does the military have no stake in R&D? I mean, we really have to see. So the cue for the Defense Secretary, very humbly, the reforms that he's carrying out, DPP, DPM, please don't amend paragraphs. It has to be root and branch reform of this kind. Just shredding those old manuals and rewriting them afresh. Not revenue and capital, as I said, but focused, ring-fenced technologies, platforms, modular additions, so on, and delivery timelines. If the Brits are saying 3 years, we can say 7, but it can't be 15. I strongly suggest that the FADS, 1 army commander, a possible PSU chairman and startup must visit Ukraine. Go to the Nemesis battalion, see what's happening. In battalions there today, you can order cameras, sensors, drones on Amazon-like platforms. If you do very well, you knock out 2 tanks, you knock out 2 guns, you get redemption. Like costs. the theater of war and the marketplace have come remarkably together. It's not just the warfighter, technologist, innovationist. It is far beyond theater commands. Now, this is what, the one last point, look at BYD. I was recently in Singapore and the BYD chairman was talking. When he said that we have 120,000 engineers focused on R&D, when he got off the platform, I clarified. I said, I have not got the figure wrong. And he explained to me. He said, see, we took our competition with Tesla, and there were 3 segments: energy, intelligentization, and robotics. He says, because of the 120,000 engineers, 11 research institutes only BYD has. He said, we saw that R&D budget was $5 billion. We said $15 billion, R&D. He said, we already won on energy, intelligentization, they are ahead. We are contesting. Robotics, we are in the lead. I pose this question: if BYD can spend $15 billion, can we not give 30 crores to our think tanks, 5 of them, and tell them, use this to produce ideas to beat the China competition? What is 30 crores? BYD is giving $15 billion. So these are some of the observations I have across the integration and those platforms. So I'll just conclude by saying that to me it appears that the mood music in international combat is being driven by a new acronym, CCD. Change, which is at the rate of innovation, a bristling pace and scale. Bristling, I emphasize. Capacity building driven by the maxim of tempo dominance. And deterrence across domains. There's no time to speak today, with robust nuclear postures providing the edifice and the bedrock. I haven't heard the nuclear posture being discussed in Delhi over the last 2 years. We must do it sometime. They are useful cues for emulation in the Indian context. Can we demonstrate the strategic acumen and operational agility to rise to the challenge? And let me tell you, our startups have done very well. All they need is orders. Orders, orders, orders. And I just wish to say this, what really scares me, जो हमारे दिल्ली में ये इत्मीनान का माहौल है, कि सब चल रहा है, धीरे चलेगा. I mean, must not a personal comment, but the last panel I heard saying, 40% is enough. You need 90% to win the China challenge. And we are capable of doing it. It'll be such a pity if we don't. So with that, I now invite Dr. Ahmed Rashid to deliver his remarks on a very different subject, on resilient security, the perspectives of island nations like Maldives, an equally critical issue. And I would also request if he could tell us how the Maldivian worldview could be a possible fit into India's wider island and maritime security structure. Dr. Rashid.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start by thanking Klaus for giving me this opportunity to participate in this very honorable event. Let me begin by telling a short story. On a rough weather Sunday, the Coast Guard operator receives a distress call. A boat has capsized while traveling between islands. Search and rescue protocols immediately activate, and the Coast Guard, along with other national agencies, goes on high alert. Deploying a rescue mission is routine. But as the first vessel heads towards the accident site, the second, third, fourth, and fifth SOS call floods the hotline. Suddenly, the complexity of decision-making escalates. The Coast Guard has multiple small vessels, including Gulf crafts to fast interceptors, apart from the big ships. But capacity is stretched thin. Not only that, reports of IUU fishing and other maritime security threats do not stop with weather changes. Strategizing maritime security operations under worsening weather conditions become critical. This is linked to aspects that climate change amplifies these challenges, making the resilience of agencies an operational necessity. In this context, the Maldives Coast Guard stands out as a small but sophisticated and resilient branch of the Maldives National Defense Force. Here, resilience means more than capacity. It is about sustaining operations despite resource constraints and environmental volatility. This comes with a policy and strategy to navigate national efforts to protect ocean environment with regional partners. So, I would like to highlight 3 takeaways from this short story. 1, Maldives can be portrayed as a vast sea of islands or a large ocean state. 2, due to multifaceted aspects of threats that is arising at sea and land within and outside of its own territory, stretches thin the Coast Guard's operational capability. 3, Maldives navigates national security interests with regional partners, actively taking part in regional security discourses. So given the short time, I would try to respect the time and keep this introduction very brief. So let's quickly map the Maldives. Maldives is a small island state located in the Indian Ocean of about 1,190 islands scattered across an archipelagic atoll formation. The land area of the total islands together is about 298 square kilometers, but commands an exclusive economic zone of 900,000 square kilometers. This makes 98% of its territory the ocean. Given the size of the Maldives and placed itself in the Indian Ocean and commanding a large ocean territory, makes maritime security a crucial aspect of national security. Security policy and operations, therefore, in the Maldives has integrated non-traditional security threats. This includes IUU fishing, maritime piracy, drug trafficking, and other incidents at sea. The posture, the way in which Maldives positions itself in the ocean makes policy, national policy, and maritime policy as integral part of the broader national security agenda. There is a key driver that actually shapes the Maldives' security and other national policies. That is climate change. Climate change has recently been incorporated in both civil and military policy discourses. Events such as I just explained through the story has created the idea that climate change must be an important component of security discussions. But national security goes beyond a discussion within the national platforms. National security is a practice of national and regional cooperation. I'll be happy to discuss further. Given the time, right now I wouldn't say a lot, but during the discussions to comment on any of the questions you have about the type of security the Maldives actually postures as a small state. So for now, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rashid. That was remarkably short. Thank you. May I now request Admiral Karambir Singh? He'll tell us how do we get more joint and integrated.
Thank you so much. I'll stick to about 6 minutes. I'll save a minute out of my 7. Thank you so much, Raj. It's very difficult to follow after you. But I thought in my opening remarks, I'll share some thoughts on how we could improve military structures to better meet the challenges of future warfare. And first, these terms joint and integrated, which we often use and sometimes interchangeably. So I thought I'll just start with these definitions. As per, when you talk about joint, as per the Indian Joint Services Glossary, jointness means that while the 3 armed forces progress and develop in their respective spheres, maintaining their identity, ethos, niche areas, and core competencies, they coordinate their operations in war. I'm not very happy with this idea of joint. Therefore, I always turn to integration. And that integration, it refers to integration across all operational domains of land, air, maritime, cyber, and space towards enhancing readiness and optimization of cost. It also involves integration of processes, which is very important. So true integration, therefore, is far more technical. We have to integrate people. We have to train our men and women with very targeted and unified professional military education. We need to integrate communications, intelligence, op logistics, HR, legal, etc. And integration also includes inter-ministry and inter-agency integration to achieve synergy. So there's a lot of difference between the two terms. And what is this compelling argument for integration? Raj has given you very, very well. He's explained this whole thing. But I also just add a couple of points. When the challenges faced by the armed forces into the foreseeable future, they're going to be multi-domain and multifunctional, has been told by a lot of people. We see warfighting domains blending and becoming highly interactive with one another. So when the challenge is integrated, we definitely need to meet it in an integrated fashion. It's a no-brainer. With cyber, space, human, information, civil, military, legal domains merging, I think more of the same, to my mind, will not work, because if we think of domains as segmented frameworks, we will inevitably think in sectoral ways. And we are all aware of the kind of silos that exist in our armed forces. I'll be talking mostly about the Indian military. And when we get into the whole of government approach, that would be essential to meet the challenges of tomorrow, then there are even more silos. Therefore, we must start breaking silos within the armed forces to begin with. Because you can't have a force delivering 5th generation warfare capabilities with a stovepiped organizational and management system. So between Raj and I hope we've convinced you that integration is important. So if you look at the challenges and requirements that the future conflicts pose upon us, we in the Indian Armed Forces have one of the 4 options that we can exercise, structurally and organizationally, to respond to these challenges. The first option is to stay the way we are, which means independent services, joint structures are there for specific needs, a loosely integrated higher defense organization, and a rather listless civil-military interface. And I can tell you that this model will not optimally meet the demands and challenges of future warfighting. There is duplication and disconnect within the services that not only promote inefficiencies, but also drive up costs. And whilst we might have achieved successes in low-end conflict situations post-1971, this has been often despite the organization. We need to move on from here as soon as possible. That was option 1. Option 2 is we theaterize, but with limited integration within the services and no further reforms in higher defense organization. This model would perhaps be the one that the Indian Armed Forces would be getting into initially. And while this model is definitely better than Model 1 and will be more efficient, but there are pitfalls in this. And take the example of the US. They moved to combatant commands soon after Second World War. But the accompanying integration and higher defense organization not really in place until 1986 when the Goldwater-Nichols Act came through. And that Goldwater-Nichols Act was forced because of very embarrassing performances in Desert One, 1980, in Grenada, etc. And in our case, I'm sure that our senior leadership of the Indian Armed Forces, as was I when I was in chair, we are aware of the lessons learned in the Indian context, whether it's Pavan or Cactus or Kargil or Balakot or Galwan or Sindoor. And need for smarter integration and better HDO when we get into theaterization. So that brings me to the third model, which I feel is the optimal model, which is theaterization with strong integration and significant reforms in higher defense organization. And when by integration, I mean, I already told you what in the definition, but we need to aim for a situation where we design, acquire, and operate an integrated force. When I say acquire, for example, just one of the points is the exercise of that the IDHQ has done on the Integrated Capability Development Planning, ICDP. That's the way to go. A welcome initiative. But the exercise must not end up in an aggregation of platforms for different services. But it should be an integrated, capability-driven one. As far as HDO, Higher Defense Organization reforms are concerned, we need to put in place clear command and control chains leading from the theatre commander to the CCS, whom ideally the theatre commander should report to ensure that the theatre commanders are supported. We need to very, very drastically reduce the bureaucracy in decision making, for one. There are too many filters in matters related to defense. Our higher defense, higher headquarters or MOD are highly vertical. There are several layers of management, up to 7 layers within each headquarters, and highly horizontal. Many offices, especially for multidisciplinary issues. So decision making is therefore slow, especially in areas of procurement, force planning, and in the ability to foresee and translate challenges of the future into equipping, training, and posturing of our forces. We also not only need reforms in our higher defense organization, the MOD, but also at the national level. In addition to regular warfighting, aspects involving grey zone, cyber, lawfare, cognitive and strategic communications make it quite apparent that the threats to national security would cut across functional areas, more functional areas that we in the armed forces have so far been used to operating in. This would require a whole of government response and therefore higher defense organization had reforms at the national level. And the fourth model, the fourth option that we've got is that we could go in for a complete unification of all the armed forces. In this case, services lose their identities, they are subsumed within the unified armed force. Canadians tried it. The Israelis, which didn't have a baggage of British legacy, they are a unified force and they are very lethal and efficient. So I'll end by saying that from where we currently are, it will be logical to move to theaterization and parallelly move full speed ahead with integration and higher defense 2.0 reforms. I don't think we in the armed forces are culturally ready to adopt the fourth model of unified armed force. That would cause large turbulence. But let me tell you that maybe we'll have to go there in future. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, sir, for those very cogent arguments and put across with such sobriety. Now we'll turn to Dr. Sanjana Hatotutwa, who will speak to us on the salience of social media. And this has been captured so well in the concept note that I won't change it a bit. On the salience of social media as strategic territory, leveraging it to capture attention while controlling reality. I mean, how wonderful put. That is exactly what social media is doing. Dr. Sanjana Hatotwa, please.
That it's not supposed to look like that. Aiboa, namaskar and good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to be back in Delhi. Like my Prime Minister, I'm a proud graduate of Delhi University. She went to Hindu, I went to Kirorimal. So it's like coming to a second home. And I also wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me to be present at the Chanakya Defense Dialogue. Esteemed moderator said that we have 7 minutes, and he went on to speak for 15. The big difference is that if I were to try the same thing, I'm standing in front of men who have no qualms shooting anybody who tests their patience. He is one of you, I am a guest. So I will try to keep to my time and go at speed, knowing full well...
You can take 20, unfortunately.
I will try to go at speed, knowing full well that this is live streamed. It's on Facebook, so if you were to being interested in any one slide, you can always play and pause it at your leisure later on. I want to introduce Sri Lanka as a country that has fallen prey to, at a country scale, a PLA doctrine around cognitive warfare, which I would submit to many in the audience would be news and new to you. We have talked about cognitive warfare, and I'm very glad that it has been broached, so I don't have to spend too much of time. But I would like to posit it in the frame of Sri Lanka and what I've studied for over half a decade as something that my country has fallen prey to as a consequence of the weaponization of Facebook and Twitter in particular by the Chinese Central Party, and particular accounts on it that are targeting my population at scale, at a country scale. So this is quite sophisticated, it is extremely strategic, it is sustained, and it is ongoing. And I would like to submit to you that I think that I'm not a military person, but from a NatSec perspective, that one of the challenges that any country would have, and certainly Sri Lanka, I would not presume to think that India would face the same, but I would imagine that it would be a shared reality, that epistemic meaning-making is something that is going to be increasingly important and a new domain to think of when you talk about national security. We all know about China's cybersecurity prowess. This is an article from 2007 where it was already evident around the fact that they are going to be and were already a cybersecurity forced to be considered. That's many, many moons ago. Today you have additional threats and domains, one of which is cognitive warfare, the other one is called neuro-targeting. Essentially, all of what these domains speak to is what I research on, which is the way in which you can hack minds at scale to change the way people think, feel, behave, and respond. Sri Lanka, I submit to you, is an interesting case study. And as I said, I've studied this now for over half a decade. I've written chapters, I've written reports. That report in red was done particularly for the Chanakya Dialogue. These are all public domain. You can go and read it. I won't spend too much of time on it. But I did it because I took Chanakya Dialogues as fairly serious, and I wanted to present to you something entirely original that hasn't been done, and to my knowledge hasn't been presented in South Asia because this scholarship is so weak. It is to say that today, Sri Lanka offers an example of a 2019 stated PLA doctrine around cognitive warfare and the capture of a country during even peacetime, using advanced means weaponized through social media. So the doctrine, and this is all public domain, I'm sure many of you know it as well. Some of you said that Chanakya, the Indian Chanakya himself, articulated this, but I'm talking more specifically of the PLA doctrine coming from China, targeting countries like Sri Lanka. It has 6 segments or aspects, if you will. The only aspect that is missing in Sri Lanka is that second from the top on the left-hand side, which is cognitive interference technology, to the extent that I know. All of the other aspects are present and active and weaponized at scale. I study just under a dozen leading China IO accounts on Facebook for over 5 years. This is a slide that attempts to capture the depth of the research that I've gone into, which is to say that these accounts are really quite interesting. They are young women. They present themselves as single or married with kids. They are extraordinarily attractive, and they speak my language, Sinhala, better than I do. They present content and commentary which is compelling, and they have over 6.5 million followers, allowing for overlap. That is significant in a country of 22 million. And they are extraordinarily active, dwarfing the cumulative, collective output and engagement of Western accounts linked to embassies, including the Indians. So this is what I did for the Chanakya dialogue, which is to go through all of the content that the Indian High Commission had put out from 1st of October to 21st of November. It's a serious account, as you can imagine. It's a diplomatic account. It's followed by 40,000. And as you know, we have extraordinarily strong bilateral relations at the present moment, the strongest in decades. Your Prime Minister and my President are extremely strong. They are friends. Our Prime Minister came recently to Hindu College and to India. It was an extraordinarily successful trip. Our countries are very, very close together. And I haven't met a single person in the audience in the past 2 days who hasn't said that they love Sri Lanka, would love to come to Sri Lanka, have been to Sri Lanka, and have loved the time that they've spent in Sri Lanka. So, as you can imagine, the Indian High Commission's account is a reflection of the multifaceted manner in which India supports, is connected with, and is engaged with across multiple domains, including military assistance with Sri Lanka. You match that or map that in the same period with the 7 Chinese influence operation accounts, and this is an engagement which is 162 times more than what the Indian High Commission's account generated or was able to gather. It is very, very interesting because it is an erasure of India. It is not targeting you. It is not saying that you are evil. It is not saying that we shouldn't be engaging with you. It is simply erasing you. And this goes to the Chomskyan notion about the fact that sometimes erasure is more important than what you amplify. It's a very, very sophisticated narrative strategy. It erases, diminishes, seeks to dismiss, dislocate India's centrality in our bilateral relationship, our geographical proximity, our civil-military relations, and our diplomatic relations. It's an extraordinary narrative architecture shared by 7 accounts that is an ongoing salvo, if you will, of content and commentary that seeks to erase India from the consciousness and the reality of 6.5 million followers who are devotional to those they believe are genuinely, authentically young Chinese women who are telling them what they want to hear. So this is a very, very sophisticated strategy. What are some of the threats that I see for India as a consequence of Sri Lanka being subject to and hostage to and captured by this? If my language has been appropriated and weaponized to the degree that it has, and it is quite significant, right? I mean, please go read the research. I don't have time to go into it. This is not something that is occasional. It's not something that is simplistic. It is well thought out, highly sophisticated, extraordinarily strategic, sustained, and at the scale of a country. You have 22 official languages, and they are all threat surfacers for similar operations, including, by the way, languages like Tulu in Karnataka, which might not be spoken by the majority, but are still spoken by millions. And there are other threat vectors as a consequence and an extrapolation of what I feel Sri Lanka is subject to as a consequence of these ongoing IO and cognitive warfare operations. It is, I submit to you, and you know this, it is a very, very hard problem to solve. We are maybe, and as a Sri Lankan I can say, too late. We don't have any policy response. We don't have even an acknowledgement of this. I am a very, very lonely scholar because I am the only one in Sri Lanka studying this. There is nobody else. And there is no official response. There is no policy response. There is no all of government response. There is no media response. There is no all of society response. Our inoculation against this is near zero, which is why the country and society at scale have been captured. So if you want to have some solutions, I did spend some time thinking around how other countries have approach this, and they are democratic countries, because, I mean, the argument is that we cannot become an autocracy like our adversary. We have to respond within the democratic architectures that Sri Lanka and India share as one of Asia's oldest democracies. So we can look to Taiwan, we can look to Estonia, we can look to Ukraine, we can look to Finland. These are all democracies. They have influence operations in varying manners, but they all offer us examples of how, as a country, one can have an all of society and all of government approach, because quite simply, this is not something that just the military can achieve or seek to overcome. And in response to, I don't know where that student is, that was a really good question in terms of how India or any other country can have defenses against this kind of warfare, which is silent but present and really hard to locate if you don't know what you have to search for. So I have taken some time out in this slide, which I won't go into too much of detail because of the time considerations, but I took some time out to present to the Chanakya Defense Dialogue cohort an architecture, a template or a blueprint around how a democratic answer to this autocratic weaponization of social media can be constructed. The scholarship around this is entirely new. So this is embryonic. It is a first shot, if you will, but it is also to suggest that democracies can, like India and Sri Lanka, if we choose to do so, have comprehensive, multi-layered, systematic, long to medium to short term, multi-domain, multifaceted, multilingual approaches to protect society from sophisticated operations such that we find in Sri Lanka. So to end, one of the interesting things about the PLA doctrine that I have based this presentation on, and the report for the Chanakya Dialogue was written on as well, is that it is from as far back as 2019 or 2018. And in the earlier session, it was posited or presented that cognitive warfare is somehow new. But China has been strategizing this, and in Sri Lanka, we are a living example of how in the past 5 years, we have fallen prey to this. So if we look today around what the realities are, what do you think is going to occur in the next 5 years with what we have talked about in terms of generative AI, the sophistication of Gen AI, and what is called psychographic targeting, the ability to target individuals at scale, the ability to talk natively in languages, and the ability to present individuals and video and photography and sound that appears authentic but is not. And I would like to end with something that hasn't been articulated in these past 2 days. And it is that I came to Delhi University to study English literature. That is my background. I study stories. I study narratives. Who tells them, how they are told, to whom they are told, and why. And if you understand that, that is the basis upon which the 5 years of academic research into Chinese weaponization of social media has occurred over 5 years. You need a humanities background to understand stories. No military can appreciate or respond to this threat without an appreciation of somebody who understands the power of stories. Like, for example, the Mahabharata, to compel societies to believe and then act upon what they believe to be true. That is what is happening in a very negative and worrying way in Sri Lanka, but that can also be something quite positive in how we integrate somebody who understands stories and is able to respond to stories that create tension and violence in our societies in a manner that befits a democracy like India and like Sri Lanka. I thank you very much. Dhanyawad.
So thank you, Dr. Sanjana. It was absolutely brilliant. Some wonderful observations. What we'll do now is we'll turn to the floor, take some questions, and we'll get back to the panel alternately. So if there are any questions? Yes, sir, please. Use the mic, please. Use the mic.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashay and I am an alumni of IIT Madras. So a few themes that were mentioned is, sir, you mentioned Alex Karp, who is the co-founder and ex-CEO of Palantir, and you also mentioned sensor fusion and cross-team collaboration. So I had two questions related to that. So one is, how do we go about building something like Maven Smart System in this country? And is there a sandbox environment for that? Because largely we don't know.
Just put the mic here. I
Sorry.
can't hear your voice.
So how do we go about building something like Maven Smart System is in India when we don't know the underlying systems or protocol used by the end user? And second question is, how do you envisage cross-team collaboration and data sharing in India, which best serves our use case?
Okay, so you see, so you asked two questions. Your voice was breaking, so I couldn't take the entire conversation, but the patches that I've heard. So you mentioned data sharing. In our case, I don't think we have even begun to unlock data. The main reason is, at least till I was in the service, the three services would quote security considerations to say, how do we share data? Now, in many democracies across the world, you have what is called secure cloud. The last time I was in service, my signals advisors told me, sir, AWAN is confidential. It is actually a pack of nonsense. Why does military need militaries? What will they do with confidential stuff? I'm not here to exchange Diwali greetings with Ghormate. I have to pass operate. So the minimum should have been secret. Now it turns out that the private sector is offering US military, UK military, secret cloud secured with quantum and AI. The point that we should ask is why the Indian military with all kinds of engineers, for example, the army has an MCME, an MCT, CME. The reason is because we were schooling them and training them in regulation. They were never asked to deliver on these slides. And I've seen it in close quarters. The SONC would tell the chief who was about to sign off on a document, sir, mat sign karna. He should have been asked the question, you're not to tell me to sign or not. You are to deliver the secure cloud. If we raise that bar, it will entirely happen. Your first question was in startups. I couldn't catch what you're saying. See, I've been integrated with the startup world. No, I don't even need the details. I'll just answer. The problem in India is not these small technicalities of the things that you're using. I can tell you 8 startups who are world class. They have been running for 1 year for orders. All they need is orders. उनको कोई मेहरबानी नहीं चाहिए. और orders देने के बड़े तरीके हैं. Palantir को CIA fund करता है. Why can't DIA fund for startups? Or if you just give them some orders, business is waiting to rush in. Venture capitalists are waiting to rush in. In our case, the problem with startups is not technology. I know so many of them. Brinda Kapoor, I think she was here. Suyash, Sameer Joshi, who got wonderful technologies. The problem is regulation. And I'll tell you the other argument which I've heard. The other argument is, sir, अब तो इतना पैसा बढ़ रहा है, अब corruption होगा, तो regulation की और ज़रूरत है. This is how we kill procurement. And this is how we'll end up killing this. And I'm very certain if we keep making the same excuses, वो दिन दूर नहीं जब Rupert Pierce का Indian guy, it could be Kalyani, it could be anyone, will be told to fix the military industrial complex. The soldier, civil servant have to stop making these excuses because this is the way stuff is moving. I mean, so that's my response.
So, may I
well,
make
details we can just go in the tea break.
May I make a response to this? Sitting next to you.
Oh, sir, yes, sir, please.
You are an IIT fellow, so you know much more than I do. But you know, tomorrow's warfare is shifting to algorithmic warfare. Whose algorithms are stronger than the other? The secret will lie in faster upgrading of software. There are a lot of commercial things like Amazon, etc., who are internet facing. The banking, etc., is internet facing. But what they're doing is they are upgrading their software at an extremely fast rate, so that they are ahead of their peers. Even in the Russia-Ukraine war, there are software people embedded with the battalions or with the platoons, sorry, not even battalion. So the drone takes off, goes, encounters a certain kind of EW, comes back, they know that it was ineffective, the software is tweaked on almost a daily basis. The Russian side, when the Ukrainian drone with the tweaked software reaches there, they know that there's a problem, that they have not been able to breach that software. So they tweak. So this is what is happening. It's algorithmic warfare. In fact, the US Air Force is switching to modular open system architecture. They're even wanting to stop this proprietary software and stuff. They are coming into things like app stores for their applications, like what you have on your mobiles. So things are changing rapidly, and we are trying to take control of the source code. Whereas after some time, source code may not be that important. It will be how you control your APIs, which are leading to the application. So I just thought I'll put that.
Okay, can I just ask a question of Dr. Sanjana? You see, what do democracies do? Because for us, free speech, the information space is so important. When you are pitted against the Chinese, so let's see how TikTok works. It's a fun app, but I'm told it has an algorithm which is designed strategically to manipulate Western audiences. Look what it's done to Trump. Trump's whole base comes from this young crowd who use TikTok. He knows the mischief that TikTok is doing, but he can't break off from the young crowd because they are his voters. And so in the negotiations, what the Chinese are saying, ki business ownership can go to you, but algorithmic control remains with me. So what do we do? And I'm surprised that the Chinese have not attacked India with the same ferocity. So what's your general observation on that? And secondly, so what does India do? Should we design a TikTok of our own? Because that's the way the world seems to be working.
Well, I mean, you don't ask a Sri Lankan to give advice to what India should be doing. Because
no, that's my tribute to you, because I have heard no Indian speak so brilliant.
These are fundamental questions that will go beyond the time that we have allotted to go into any significant detail. I have in that presentation offered a template around how democracies can respond. We think that our rights, our civilizational histories, our social cohesion, and what binds us together are often weak points in comparison to autocratic command and control. In fact, it is our strength, and we have to start thinking about it in that manner and building societal inoculation and resistance in that manner. Rights is our foundation. Our stories, your Bollywood, your Shah Rukh Khan, your music, your drums, your tabla, the Buddhist civilizational connections. Let me give you an example of what I think the Chinese influence operations have transformed in 1 year. It's absolutely fascinating. In the past 1.5 years, the Chinese IO targeting Sri Lanka suggests that Sri Lanka and China have a Theravada Buddhism civilizational link. There is none. But there is an increasing presentation of Buddhist chaityas and temples as a connection between the two countries. Now, what we do have is an umbilical connection with India. So it's very interesting to understand why this presentation is being made at some significant force and increasing in ferocity. So the answer to that is to perhaps tell our societies that this is happening, this is the manner in which it is occurring, to say that these stories are being constructed, that these are the individuals and accounts that are presenting them, and to actually have an open, honest dialogue with society around the threat and the vector and the producer and the country that it is coming from. Now, here is where we get into politics, because in Sri Lanka, I don't need to tell you or the audience, we have a certain relationship with China as well, which prevents that kind of conversation from occurring. Now, if that conversation were to occur, you have a Finland, you have a Ukraine, you have a Taiwan, and you have another country that have, you have those countries that I presented as examples that actually have architected within democracies societal resilience. Now, could India learn from them? Could Sri Lanka learn from them? Absolutely, and that is why I presented it. So there are responses. Democracy is not a weakness, it is our strength, and that is the basis upon which we should architect those responses.
But democracies seem to be losing, and we'll return to that at some point. So, can we just one question? Okay, Admiral Karan.
You talked about Taiwan. I think two of us had gone to Taiwan. They have something called they are under cognitive warfare 24/7, 365 days a year. And they have something called the 3 2s strategy, which is respond within 2 hours, less than 200 words, with 2 time-stamped photographs to counter this thing. So it's a constant battle which they are engaged in. And I thought that is one takeaway that India could take. Secondly, they have distributed, of course, this booklets to the entire population recently, about 3 days back, 4 days back, which gives them a guide. It's a guide to how to counter cognitive warfare by China. Sorry, I just took up some time.
Yeah, any more questions? Somebody this side? Yeah, we'll come back to you. Yeah, please.
Jain sir, my name is Harshvardhan. So my question is, as China is working on its string of pulse policy, and under this policy, China is surrounding India by making ports and developing some kind of establishments. And China also developed the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka and took it for 99-year lease. And after this, China can increase the military presence over there. So what is the insights of both the nations to maintain the security, which could not harm the India's interest? So this is my question, sir.
So this is a question for Admiral Karambir.
This is out of syllabus. Listen, we'll discuss this later. I'll take up too much of your time here. The fact on ground is that it's a reality that whatever you talk of string of pearls, etc., is a reality. The Chinese are here. They will come here because they have interests here. If you look at the map of the world, if China had an option to go to the east or to the west, they would prefer to go to the west, and they've rightly done so, because their resources come from their west, their markets are to their west, the energy that is powering their economy is to their west, and therefore Indian Ocean region is the place that they have to come to. They have vulnerabilities. Their problems are of the kind of distances that they'll have to traverse, because once your flag is, your trade is in a particular area, the flag follows. There's an axiom called flag follows trade, and that is exactly what's happening. The Chinese are coming here, their navy will come here, they will operate here, and navies, they require reach and sustenance, which is being provided by ports, and they will use every rule in the book to come here and establish their presence. What we are worried about is that the way they have approached the entire idea of moving out of their geographically where they're constrained is through a very aggressive behavior. You've seen it in South China Sea. We just don't want it replicated in the Indian Ocean region. Rest during tea.
All right, I think we'll take one last question here and then wind up. Yeah.
Jai Hind, sir. My name is Rishabh Vashisht. I am doing masters at IIT Madras in aerospace engineering, sir. Sir, I completely resonate with you what you said, and I may, I'll just give you one example. I had a bad experience. I had a startup, and I got L1 in one of the orders to supply 103 drones to Northern Command of Indian Army in 2022. Sir, despite the fact that I got L1, I was not able to get the order for so many reasons, sir. Sir, after that, I joined IIT Madras, and I am having a startup now. And sir, as you rightly mentioned, there are many brilliant students or startups, and the only bottleneck is that they are waiting for orders, sir. Sir, I am working on CCA. You happen to mention about Samir, sir. He's a very good friend, and he's a very good he's a mentor for me, and we keep on discussing about things. So I have two questions. One for sir, for you, and one for Admiral Karambir, sir. So first question is, sir, I was fortunate enough to be part of recent critical events, including Op Sindoor, where I assisted one of the think tanks in information warfare. And sir, I will just give you very, I guess you must be knowing this, that DG ISPR Ahmad Sharif Chaudhry, who is son of Sultan Basharuddin, who is a son of who is a banned terrorist outfit, who is banned by terrorist outfit, Al-Qaeda and all. Sir, I am just curious to know, sir, people like me and likewise there are many, sir. I have been trying to join forces and help forces for last 12 years, couldn't get a platform, and then it took me 12 odd years to get close to units, to understand the requirement of the forces. Now I'm working with paramilitary forces closely, and I'm set to join TA soon, sir. But sir, I'm just, within deep of my heart, I've given 27 SSBs to join forces and 13 times conference out. So it gives me immense, So with a heavy heart, I'm saying this. Please allow me to say so as freely as you could, sir. Sir, uh, talking about competitions, I have been in 1 percentile in most of the competition: Google Code Jam, Facebook Hacker Cup, ACM, ICPC. But sir, I think I don't know whether how the course has changed for last 3 years and all, sir. But I think there is a strong hand holding should be there from the forces, such that
No, a lot has improved. You just meet me after this. I promise I'll help you.
Sure, sir.
A lot has improved, but therefore I keep making the pitch. We need to do more. And we are doing no favor to you. IIT Madras is doing such a brilliant job. I know it. We need you. The defense forces cannot do without the agility of startups. But meet me after this. We'll do something.
So second question is for, if
Yeah.
you may allow, sir. So I'm working on CCA, Collaborative Combat
Oh,
Aircraft.
Middle Karambir now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm working on CCA. Part of my thesis is on multi-UAV combat simulators using deep reinforcement learning. So I have developed few algorithms, but I don't have, I don't have much, money left with me to invest on hardware and to test those algorithms. So, sir, is there any opportunity for a civilian like me who has a startup at IIT Madras could directly and talk to maybe naval aviation or get in touch with somebody who can help me test those algorithms on the actual hardware platform, sir?
Are you looking for money or you're looking for?
So, sir, I just want that algorithms to be tested. on
Yeah,
the
so
hardware
it's
platforms.
mandated in the DAP that you all are entitled to use defense facilities for trials. And you must locate that section and contact people. They are supposed to give you even the naval dockyards if it amounts, but CCA will not be naval dockyard, but maybe if it's a naval yard, aircraft yard, or an air force, they are mandated to. I mean, they've been asked to help out people like you to test their equipment.
Noted, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, so the positioning of the MC tells me that we are running out of time. So we'll just 30 seconds each. Any final remarks? None? Admiral Karambir, sir? So then I must ask you one question.
Okay, then I'll go
you
for
say
this
your
one.
answer.
You know, one of the things was the Ukraine war and,
Yes.
what we are learning in Ukraine war. There's this discussion on the fact that death of large platforms and monoliths. That perhaps should be looked at with a little bit of circumspection. Both have a place. We have to, it's not either manned or unmanned, it's manned and unmanned. And my most important point I want to bring out is if you talk of monoliths, I think the biggest monolith is the bureaucracy. That is what has to change. Because in a situation where you have to move and get technology at a much faster rate, this particular process-oriented bureaucracy is not delivering and it has to change substantially. That is the real monolith that we have to get rid of. Thank you.
Sanjana, anything? Sorry, Dr. Rashid, anything? Rashid hasn't spoken at all. You must speak.
Rashid, did Chinese bots take over the Maldivian elections? Answer that, cognitive warfare.
Popular demand, right? I have to respond to the popular demand. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the great questions that didn't come directly at me. But I think since I have had the opportunity, also once again, thanks a lot for this opportunity to present some of the views from Maldives, and especially from the academia. It's a young academia in Maldives. We are doing some work on international relations, but just started on security studies. And I think security and strategic studies is one of the areas where Maldives and India meets at sea, I mean, the maritime domain. So one of the key takeaways from all this engagement, and I think my very good friend Sanjana, I mean, we come from the islands, so I can't speak for all islands, but because islands are part of the sea and we can't live without sea, our technology, our policy, and our approach to security has been pretty much influenced, very much influenced by the way in which we navigate the sea. And I think India has been our partner for a long time, long time. And in my studies, recently I've come to identify some of the changes that we have observed that were not there, unprecedented things politically. But I would say because of some of the political changes that has happened or maybe that could happen in future, we must not stop the way in which we are thinking and we have been thinking, we will be thinking in future, especially in the context of military to military cooperation and defense diplomacy. Foreign policy has been one of the cornerstones of Maldives' engagement in economic development and defense engagements. And I think that mutual understanding and mutual cooperation that we have maintained matters. And that has to go beyond state level thinking to societal and also community level thinking in order to make sure what we do and what we have been doing does not undermine the existing security infrastructures that we have established. Even though small, I think the way in which we engage, starting with the United Nations at the regional level, matters. So that's the final.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think we've run out of time, so I'll just take 1 minute to restate this argument of change in different ways. In response to the question of the startup here, let me say that while change is not happening at the rate it should, there are many silent revolutions on. Admiral Ghormade is here, I can never forget. He was a vice chief who used to give approvals on WhatsApp. I mean, that's as good as it gets. But let me make three more arguments. One was based on the logic, three more arguments why we just have to change. This is the centenary year of General S.K. Sinha. S.K. Sinha was one of the foremost advocates of higher defense organization reform. I mean, he sacrificed his career for that. In the 100th year, in his 100th year, for his sake, let's do something. Let's set up theater commands this year and not the next year. And the two other arguments are on emotion. This is also, we've just got past the day of Razangla, 18th November 1962. Major Shaitan Singh, when he's getting orders from all kinds of places to, withdraw, move here, move there, he ignores those orders, calls his men, 120 Bahadur, the movie which is directed by Rajiv Ghai's brother, Razi Ghai. And he tells them, देखो करना क्या है, सब तो पीछे हट रहे हैं, हमने क्या करना है. Now those 120 Bahadur आपस में बात करते हैं and they say, they draw their conclusions. ऊपर क्या हो रहा था, they forget it. और they say, देखिए ये भारत माँ की धरती है, इसको हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं. And Major Shaitan tells them, this is an astounding piece of leadership. He says, ठीक है, this is the compact now. अब ना आप तोड़ेंगे ना हम तोड़ेंगे. अगर आप पीछे हटे तो मैं आपको गोली से भून दूंगा. अगर मैंने पीठ की तो आप मुझे गोलियों से भून देना. And they don't leave that post. 110 people die, they kill 1,300 Chinese in consequence. February 63, when a patrol goes there, those men are discovered covered with snow with rifles in their hands. So एक तो यही ethos है. The other is, and that's the last point, which is very recent, this crash, unfortunate crash of the Tejas, Wing Commander Sayal. When his father is interviewed, and he's asked कि भाई ये किधर गलती थी aircraft में इसमें that man who's lost his son says मुझे तो कुछ पता नहीं लेकिन मेरे को इंक्वायरी पे पूरा विश्वास है. He says अगर आपके और बेटे हुए आप उनको बनाएंगे फाइटर पायलट. He says जरूर बनाएंगे. मेरा लड़का बड़ा होनहार था बट इस देश को उनकी जरूरत है. Then he's asked कि भाई वो जहाज में, he says मेरे को देश पे पूरा विश्वास है कि वो मेरे को फाइटर पायलट्स को सबसे बढ़िया जहाज देंगे. Now look at that kind of faith in us, and we are failing to deliver on one reason or the other. It is just not, it's beyond excuses now. We have to get our act together. For the sake of General S.K. Sinha, for the sake of Major Shaitan Singh, for this startup here. Another startup came to me and told me, sir, MOD ने मेरे को 3 बार award दिया है. 12 साल हो गए, एक contract नहीं दिया. We just have to sort this out. I cannot be more persuasive than this on logic, emotion, history. Let's get our act together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our chair, I'd say, for framing this session with such remarkable strategic sharpness. I have to say you brought the battlefield of tomorrow in this room today. And I'm going to request at this juncture Vice Chief of Army Staff to kindly join us on stage once again and thank him with a small token, along with our eminent panelists as well, who have contributed with such great insights, forward-looking insights, in fact, that push our imagination and our preparedness in equal measure. So we'll begin, ladies and gentlemen, by thanking our chair for this session, Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Dr. Ataullah Ahmad Rashid. Admiral Karambir Singh, Dr. Sanjana Hatatuwa, and I'd request and urge our eminent panelists to also give us a group photo opportunity before they go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. I think that was a very engaging session indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will request our eminent panelists to please take seats because we have a very important address from the Vice Chief and himself, and I'm going to request you to please take seats. Ladies and gentlemen, remain seated. Do not approach our speakers right now. It is my privilege now to hand over for this concluding session, the closing address, to the Vice Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Pushpendra Pal Singh, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Sena Medal, to kindly deliver the closing address. Can we welcome him with a thunderous round of applause, please, before he does his address?
Distinguished guests, colleagues from the academia, industry and universities, and officers, a very good afternoon, or rather, good evening. As we gather at the conclusion of this landmark edition of the Chanakya Defense Dialogues 2025, we do so to open a new chapter in how India thinks, debates, and prepares itself for a strategic future. Over the past 3 years, the Chanakya Defense Dialogues has evolved into one of India's most credible, inclusive, and intellectually vibrant platforms on strategic affairs, uniting military leadership, scholars, industry, policymakers, scientists, innovators, and youth in a shared mission of advancing India's strategic thought and national purpose. Our journey began in 2023 with the theme Collaborating for Enduring Peace and Security, aligned with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. The 2024 edition deepened this trajectory with drivers in nation building, fueling growth through comprehensive security, reaffirming that security and development are symbiotic. This year's theme, Reform to Transform, Shashakt, Surakshit or Viksit Bharat, anchors the Indian Army's decade of transformation. We were honored by the presence of the Honorable President of India, who presided as the chief guest, and the Honorable Raksha Mantri, whose participation reaffirmed that India's march towards comprehensive national power is systemic, sustained, and strategic. The commissioning of the Indian Army-led initiatives, solar component of Chushul Green Hydrogen Project, the launch of Ekam AI, and Prakshepan, military climatology app as part of Digitization 3.0 by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, further underscores our collective commitment to sustainable innovation and cutting-edge transformation. A defining milestone this year has been the first ever Youth Leaders Forum, held on 31st October 2025, to commemorate Rashtriya Ekta Divas and the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, with participation from students, cadets, young researchers, and school children, and live streamed to IITs, universities, paramilitary academies, and formation headquarters. Over 9,000 young citizens joined this national conversation. Building on the fireside chat with the Chief of the Army Staff during the curtain raiser on 17th November, set the tone for further proceedings. Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar highlighted the growing centrality of trusted digital ecosystems to national security. Backing the theme, a focused panel on Atmanirbharta in defense underscored the need for indigenous design, dual-use technologies, supply chains resilience, and deeper collaboration across the ecosystem. The curtain raiser was received with a lot of appreciation and marks a shift towards whole-of-public approach for national security. The widening of our strategic constituency is essential and timely because the global order itself is undergoing profound changes where great power competition is intensifying, gray zone conflicts are expanding, cyber, space, AI, quantum, and hypersonics are reshaping warfare, and narratives and influence operations are competing as fiercely as conventional forces. Navigating these complexities, this dialogue provided a consistent insight into how Atmanirbharta in critical technologies is no longer aspirational, but it is indispensable. It was against the backdrop of global flux that Day One offered strategic clarity, coherence, and direction. In her inaugural address, the Honorable President placed India's civilizational ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam at the heart of national strategy. She also underlined that reform and transformation are the key drivers of India's strategic autonomy. The keynote address by the Chief of the Army Staff underpinned India's role in shaping global security under the vision of 3 S's: Samman, Samvad, Sahyog, Shanti, and Samriddhi. He also outlined 4 sets of springboards for reform to transform: self-reliance, accelerated innovations, adaptation, and military-civil fusion. Shri B.V.R. Subramaniam highlighted 7 transitions affecting nations globally: demography, economy, trade, geopolitics, technology, climate, and culture. The Defense Secretary, Shri R.K. Singh, emphasized breaking silos amongst all stakeholders for exercising comprehensive national power as part of whole-of-nation approach. Professor K. Vijayaraghavan illuminated how quantum breakthroughs and frontier technologies will redefine global hierarchies. He underscored the importance of long-term efforts in research and development and proposed a 3-step horizon roadmap for compressing timelines from concept to capabilities. These reflections set the stage for 3 incisive panel discussions on the first day of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue. The panel on Ops Sindoor reiterated the 3 crucial aspects of strategic grammar, strategic clarity, and strategic autonomy. It also deliberated on various definitions of terrorism worldwide and the divergent views of linking terror groups with nation-states on global platforms. The second session on changing status quo highlighted India's transformative journey from dependency on defense imports to record defense production and exports. While discussing the need to redesign of processes and ecosystem, the debate on indigenization vis-a-vis innovation was particularly interesting. Section 3 discussed civil-military fusion as a strategy to integrate civilian and military resources for national security, emphasizing dual-use technology, agile procurement, and innovations in defense. One of the key highlights was that as a nation, we must focus less on fusion and more on practical integration, aligned incentives, imagination, and faster adoption. Otherwise, CMF will remain a slogan rather than a capability. Day One concluded with a powerful address by the Chief of Defense Staff, highlighting that geography, once the anchor of strategy, is being diluted by technology. 4 trends that will shape future warfare were also identified: clarity, robotics and automation, battlefield transparency, and geopolitics. These trends are converging to produce a complex, fast-moving, ambiguous battle space. Therefore, we must anticipate, adapt, and generate asymmetric capabilities to prevail. This momentum carried seamlessly into Day 2, which pivoted from strategic framing into institutional innovation and technological roadmap. The Honorable Raksha Mantri grounded his address in India's civilization wisdom of peace, prosperity, and inclusivity. He highlighted the need to harmonize defense transformation with national strength and development, guided by strategic autonomy and national character resilience, one rooted in its ability to recover, reorganize, and rise. Continuing the conversation on resilience, Ambassador Venkatesh Verma, in his address, defined India's resilience as the product of strategic autonomy and gross and net power. India needs to consolidate national will in the era of power asymmetry in the future of geopolitical space, when Chinese assertions are on the rise and collective West is on the decline. Ambassador Pankaj Saran reminded us that while technology is reshaping the modern warfare, Human mind and ingenuity will remain central in application and usage of technology in the battlefield. The practical propositions of vigilance, tech integration, and R&D are the only way ahead to outpace our adversaries. Tools like AI, psychological operations, supply chain weaponization, and space technology have become battlefield equalizers. These probabilistic models of AI have disrupted the cognitive domain, and cyber warfare is shaping the battlefield. These challenges reaffirm the importance of building cognitive resilience, cyber preparedness, and international cooperation for peace and security. Raksha Vivartan focused on a forward-leaning, multidisciplinary roadmap that places agility, integration, and narrative supremacy at the core of India's defense transformation. Breaking the silos of regulations with innovation is the need of the hour to integrate private industries and startups with national security. Integrated challenge can only be addressed in an integrated manner. Theaterization and integration and major changes in the HDO may be the most suitable way to consolidate our national security. Taken together, the 2 days of analysis converged on 7 coherent themes. Jointness and agile force design must define future military structures. Comprehensive security linking economic power, technological strength, and societal unity is essential for national resilience. Ethical governance and responsible technology adoption strengthens India's moral authority and global credibility. Civil-military fusion must move from aspiration to institutional architecture. Strategic communication and narrative leadership are now mission-critical in an age where perception can outpace platforms. These aspects directly or indirectly also highlight the criticality of human capital in national power, where scientists, soldiers, startups, youth, and students remain India's greatest strategic assets. Together, these insights chart a decisive course of action, reforming procurement processes, nurturing dual-use innovations, strengthening cyber resilience, deepening global partnerships, energizing research ecosystems, and fast-tracking the journey towards Atmanirbharta. These invigorating discussions and in-depth insights were possible only because of the set of distinguished leaders and experts who enriched this dialogue. We express our earnest gratitude to the Honorable President of India and the Honorable Raksha Mantri for their vision and guidance. We thank General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, for his continued guidance and support. Shri BVR Subramaniam, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Ambassador Venkatesh Verma, Ambassador Pankaj Saran, Admiral Karanbir Singh, Lieutenant General Shukla, for their invaluable contributions during the dialogue. We are grateful to the speakers from friendly foreign countries for their global insight on the issues. We also acknowledge the moderators, the panelists, think tanks, youth delegates, institutional partners, and the organizing team whose commitment brought this dialogue to life. In the end, I also express my gratitude to all media houses for giving extensive coverage to the event, thereby ensuring that the message of security being shared responsibly reaches out to all. To draw this dialogue to a close, it would only be fitting that I recite the shloka by Chanakya that summarizes the deliberations of the last 2 days. It goes like this: Balam Rashtriyasya Moolam Dharmo Balasya Adhar. It implies the strength of a nation is its foundation. Prosperity and security cannot endure without power. Yet true and lasting strength must arise from dharma. A nation rooted in moral strength and discipline attains stability, unity, and resilience against external and internal threats. And finally, as we march towards India's centenary of independence in 2047, India's rise will not be scripted by circumstances, but by choice. Not by drift, but by design. Not in incrementism, but by imagination. Today, reform is just not an option. It is the bedrock of India's strategic destiny. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thoughtful and commanding closing address. You brought the entire dialogue into sharp focus, connecting every theme, every insight, and every imperative with a clarity that only strategic leadership can offer. Your words have not just summarized the discussions, they have elevated their purpose. Your synthesis of the discussions has given this dialogue the finishing strength, reminding us that preparedness, purpose, and excellence reminding us what actually preparedness, purpose, and excellence truly demand. And so I'd like to thank you very much for a closing address that captured the soul of Chanakya Defense Dialogue. Thank you very much once again. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite to this stage Director General, Center for Land Warfare Studies, Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, to present the vote of thanks. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Vice Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General Pushpinder Pal Singh, General Shukla, Admiral Gormade, Admiral Chima, Admiral Karambir. Do you notice the lopsided balance here? I think we must give all credit to the Navy for having supported us, not that the Air Force is behind. And distinguished speakers, our participants who have endured this seminar for the last 2 days, I hope you all have benefited from this. As we draw the curtains on the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025, it is both my honor and privilege to extend a few words of gratitude on behalf of the entire organizing team. At the very outset, I would like to express our profound thanks to the Honorable President of India and the Honorable Raksha Mantri for gracing the occasion with their presence. Their encouragement and vision have lent this dialogue not just prestige, but purpose, inspiring all of us to strive harder towards building a secure and a self-reliant Bharat, which reflected in over 1,200 people attending yesterday and about 800 odd people today. And that's, I think, kind of a record for Manekshaw Center. So my kudos to each one of you who spared their time to come and attend this particular seminar. Our heartfelt thanks to the Chief of the Army Staff for his constant guidance and leadership. His vision continues to shape the intellectual directions of this dialogue and strengthen its position as a premier platform for strategic thought in India. We are also grateful to the Vice Chief of the Army Staff, Deputy Chief of Army Staff Strategy, and the Officiating Director General Strategic Planning for their steadfast support and active involvement throughout the conceptualization and execution of this particular event. Their commitment and attention to detail have been instrumental in bringing this dialogue to life. To our distinguished speakers and panelists from India and across the world, we extend our deepest appreciation. Your insights have enriched our understanding of contemporary security challenges and expanded the scope of the dialogue. Many of you have traveled great distances to be with us, and we are truly, truly honored by your presence and participation. Thank you very much to all of you. A special word of gratitude is reserved for the Strategic Planning Directorate, Major General Neeraj Shukla, officiating DGSP, who will be soon getting promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General. I think this is a good occasion to compliment him also, Brigadier Manoj Khadakwal, and his team of officers whose steady hand and strategic vision have been the pillar on which this dialogue stands. Your commitment to fostering meaningful exchanges on national security has been the foundation of this initiative. My grateful thanks to General Shukla and your team. My sincere thanks also goes to the team of Center for Land Warfare Studies, our senior fellows, research assistants, and staff whose tireless efforts behind the scenes ensured that every detail was meticulously handled. Your dedication and professionalism continue to define the strength of this particular institution. We also thank the event organizer for their tireless efforts in making this particular seminar a grand success. We are deeply thankful to the QMG, ADG Adam and Cord, and his entire team of the Manekshaw Center for providing us with this outstanding venue and for the impeccable logistical support that has made this event successful seamlessly. Our appreciation also goes to the event partners and vendors whose quiet efficiency and professionalism ensured that every element of this dialogue from concept to execution reflected the highest standards. Gentlemen, we got the particular venue late in the evening, and we had to work the whole night to make this particular event a grand success. So I think they also deserve a great round of applause. Finally, to all our participants, dignitaries, members of the media and audience, both here and online, thank you for joining us, for your engagement, and for keeping this dialogue on strategic affairs alive and relevant. I close, and I don't want to miss this opportunity. I close with the central message of this seminar. We are navigating a multi-domain security era shaped by evolved gray zone warfare where cooperation, collaboration, competition, contest, and conflict unfold simultaneously. So it becomes that much more difficult for us to navigate this particular conundrum of battle space of the future. To emerge as a winner in this, I think the way ahead is Sashakt, Surakshit, or Viksit Bharat. We must adopt a whole of a nation approach rooted in strategic foresight and unified resolve. And before I conclude my parting shot, in the words of Swami Vivekananda, who told us, "Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is achieved." I think we are still at the tip of the iceberg as far as our defense preparedness is concerned. We have to move ahead sincerely, lest we repent. As few of the panelists have said, we are nowhere near what we want to be. And I think that journey is very long. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind to all of you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that heartfelt, beautifully articulated, and deeply felt expression of gratitude. Your words have brought this dialogue to a close with the same warmth, clarity, and dignity with which it began. Your closing words have tied together the effort, purpose, and partnership that define this dialogue. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for being an integral part of the Chanakya Defense Dialogue 2025. We do have running tea coffee, so before you go, please enjoy a cup of tea or coffee. Thank you very much. This is Aishwarya Singh, your Master of Ceremonies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.